Good evening, everyone. We might get started if you'd like to stand, please. Thank you very much. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of our beautiful lands and our surrounding waters, the Ramangeri and the Ngarrindjeri people. Recognise their cultural heritage and their links with the past and their links with the land.
Almighty God, we ask that you bless this council and allow it to be an agent of change to the people of this city and beyond. Direct and prosper its deliberations to the honouring of your name and the welfare of the people whom it serves. Amen.
We gratefully acknowledge the men and women of the Navy, Army and Air Force who made the supreme sacrifice in the preservation of Australia's freedom and democracy. We also proclaim our gratitude to those who return to us.
Please be seated. Welcome everyone to tonight's meeting, being the 24th of February 2020. Welcome to those people that are listening at home, and it's lovely to see so many interested people in the gallery. Thank you very much for taking the time to attend. We don't have any apologies, we're all here, which is fabulous. And so the first item on the agenda, or the first couple of items, are items that have been adjourned. I'd actually like to seek leave of the meeting to move this item, and I think 4.2 as well is also confidential. No, just 4.1. So if I can seek leave of the meeting to move 4.1 to the end of the agenda, noting that it is in confidence. You happy for that, Councillor Charles? Thank you. And Councillor Schofield, you happy to second that? We actually don't need I think it's just seeking leave for 2/3 majority. So those people who are happy for that? That's lovely. Thank you very much. So we'll deal with item 4.2 first, and 4.1 can go to the confidential items at the back. Item 4.2 is another adjourned item, and the recommendation is that Council receive and note the adjournment of the Avenue of Trees report. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Seconded, Councillor Charles. Any of you want to speak to the report? Councillor Henderson, you want to speak to the report? And then once that, we've got the current motion before Council that we'll deal with as a second. That should be a second recommendation, because that's. But do you want to speak to the report?
Yes, I just think it's time to move on with this, and I think it's a good idea to tidy up the entrance to Victor Harbor. I was driving into Murray Bridge recently and very impressed by their entrance to their city at the moment. And I think if we can tidy up and make our city look welcoming as visitors arrive, I think it's a very good idea. So I think we should move this on.
Sorry, Councillor Henderson, we're just receiving and noting the report at the moment. We have got the current motion before Council, which Councillor Charles moved and Councillor Robertson seconded. So this is just receiving and noting the report.
Yep, okay. I'd like to move that, yes.
Yep. All those in favour of receiving and noting the report? That's carried unanimously, thank you. We now have a current motion before Council, which has moved Councillor Charles and seconded Councillor Robertson. Given that this has been before Council for so long, I will ask if the mover and seconder want to speak to that again and opened up debate from the beginning, because I'm not sure that anybody would remember where that left off. So Councillor Charles, in moving the motion, do you want to speak to it?
Yes, I do. Like many other people, I probably wouldn't recall exactly what happened either. I've got a fair idea of it, but I've had a rethink about this. I'm not against spending the small amount of money on beautifying the entry into Victor Harbor, and we're speaking about the area from the new roundabout, the large roundabout, through to approximately the Lutheran school there and the tidy up either side, and it's all in the agenda which everybody's read, I'm sure. I'm really not in favour of this at all anymore. Hickenbotham's paddock, and that's the one on the right-hand side from the roundabout all the way through to the intersection of where the other development leaves off near the nursing home there across the road, perhaps from Aldi, will be developed in due course, and there'll be a sea of houses and roofs there. And I believe that it's an opportunity for us to ask Hickenbotham if we want to plant earlier for a contribution for the price of these trees. And I believe it would be excellent publicity for Hickenbothams to be seen to be engaging, as had been organised before, with the Lutheran school to plant the trees. So it'd be a great promotional thing for them. And I think that's the way that should be treated. But having said that, the paddock which we're talking about is just another paddock which you see all the way from McLaren Vale right to Victor Harbour. In of itself, it's not ugly. Of itself, it's nothing special. The foliage either side of the road is nothing much different from what you pass all the way down. And I don't think this is an urgent thing to do there. The big event when people come to Victor Harbour is to go over the hill and see that magnificent view of the islands and so on. So it's not visually offensive in my opinion. It's simply a rural area. Now, I think where we could spend some money, and I think it's more essential, is in the commercial zone that starts from Aldi on, where we're currently undertaking some roadworks and some footpathing.
Sorry, can I just remind you, Councillor Charles, that the motion is Council allocating $8,000 towards the establishment of the avenue of trees as you enter Victor Harbour. It's not about any other options, it's about that motion before
Well,
Council.
I'm speaking against that, and I guess if we have to put in a separate motion, it's a bit clumsy, but we can do that. I'm just saying spend the money up the road where we have a need to disguise and to soften the commercial area from the roundabout at Bunnings back toward the Lutheran school. These trees, I must mention the trees, of course I've Googled them, I can't help myself, and there are so many different varieties of the trees that have been suggested, which are the flowering gums. There's pinks, there's reds, there's whites. Some grow to 3 metres, others grow to 7 metres. And I don't know, I'd like to ask the question whether an arborist or where we're getting our information from, whether they're precisely the thing that we need there or not. I think they're going to be fabulous throughout areas, but I'm wondering whether it's going to bring the parrots to feed beside the road and turn them into roadkill, whether that's the ideal tree to have there, because at times of the year they'll be very attractive to those kind of birds. I won't say any more now. I'll listen to what everybody else has got to say and come in on the conversation afterwards. Thank you.
Councillor Robertson, you seconded that motion. Was there anything you wanted to add to that?
Yes, Mayor. First up, a question. When this idea was originally proposed, it wasn't just one road, it was two. It was the road, I don't know whether we officially call it Ring Road, Armstrong Road, Welsh Road or whatever, but the section of road between the Arambura roundabout and the storage sheds, that's also part of this project. Somehow it seems to have dropped off the proposal. So is it still part of the proposal or not?
The motion that we're debating at the moment is the motion that's actually on the item that was deferred. So it's just looking at this item that is currently before Council now. Graham may be able to add to that, because it came from the Economic Development Committee some years ago now, really.
Yeah, through the Mayor, that's correct. It did come from the Economic Development Committee, and there was a number of advocates on that committee. And whilst the discussion of council was some time ago, part of that discussion was to get some refinement to what the plan might look like for that to occur, and some more definitive answers around volunteers and some costs. So since that time, there was some site meetings held with the advocates. for that particular project, and the project was scaled down somewhat as a result of some of the other things that were occurring on, I'll call it the Hickenbotham side of the road. So the focus came to that road reserve area on the left-hand side as you're heading in, and that's where the focus changed. So having said that, the current motion that's still before council in terms of the $8,000 towards the establishment would include the side of the road that Councillor Robertson's referring to. The suggestion in the report, however, is that the project gets scaled down.
Well, but I can assure you that's what was originally proposed for the 2 roads, not 1. Anyway, I'm moving that we let this one go, option 1. As Councillor Charles has said, I think it's a very attractive piece of land as it is. The trees on that eastern side of Adelaide Road, it's only that side of the road that's being dealt with that is quite nicely fitted out with trees. I think if you'd planted pink gum there, we'd all be fertiliser before you saw them get above 4 or 5 metres. And anyway, I suspect that the way the road is aligned there, at some stage there'll be a pulling down of trees to widen that road. But the other thing is that Encounter Lutheran has bought that piece of land that you can see on the map on page 33 on the east or right hand side of that photo, excuse me, is theirs, and there's no surety as to what they're going to do. They have put up a sign saying it's their backyard. They're looking for proposals. So to me, the 31 pink dots there for the pink gum, to me, $8,000 on this. Originally it was supposed to be a community project. I understand it's in the notes here that the Kelvin Grivell, the principal, Encounter Lutheran, is quite excited about it and get the kids involved. But to me, wow, it was a nice idea in the beginning, but really spending time and effort money on the road that's already got plenty of trees on it, and is to me not worthwhile.
Thank you. Does anybody else? Brian Littley.
Yeah, I'd like to thank a few people on this side of the table. Might live to see pink gums grow to more than 5 metres tall, Councillor Robertson, but I do agree with you that, and my point was with regards to the Encounter Lutheran and buying that land there, I think that we should be very excited about what the school is going to do there. They have, as you said, marketing it as their backyard, and I'm sure they're going to look after that very well. And we wouldn't want to be putting trees in place that we have to manage. It's not about the cost, $8,000 putting that there. I agree with Councillor Charles about perhaps where that might be better spent. That might be a conversation to have in time about where we put the efforts into, but it's an ongoing effort of maintenance, and you know, it costs a lot more to cut down a tree in 10, 15 years time because it's in the wrong spot or it's doing the wrong thing than it is to put them in the ground. A lot of effort for not much gain, where I think we might actually get a really good outlook there delivered by the young people in our community from that school.
Councillor Littley, does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Charles, do you want to?
Thank you for
close
that support.
debate?
The whole thing was scaled down. It was going to be $3,000, incidentally, and no longer the 8. And it was also going to go down the ring road and either side of the storage sheds in that home that's on that location. And the area can be tidied up. In disclosing, I think probably it would be good if Director Sanford could find a few dollars to just, or we can make it available to him if need be through a motion, if necessary, to beautify the area that's currently being undertaken. as I described, between Aldi and the Bunnings roundabout. There's areas there where some trees would be of benefit and pretty up the area. So that's the only thing I'd say.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. I'll put that, that recommendation to the vote, and that recommendation is that Council allocate up to $8,000 towards the establishment of a more formal and structured avenue of trees as you enter Victor Harbour from Arambira roundabout to the top of Strawberry Hill Road on the east side, and on both sides of the road from the roundabout to the top of the hill on the ring road by the storage shed facility, by planting to infill the gaps approximately 100 more native gum trees similar to those currently there, and cleaning up the scrub by removing the dead trees. All those in favour? All those in favour? Those against? That motion is not carried. That motion is lost. There is an alternative motion on the item if somebody wanted to move that way. If you don't want to move that way, then we can move on to the next item. The alternative motion is that Council consider the tree planting project for the Adelaide Road Eastern Side Verge, extending from the Ring Road roundabout to the Strawberry Hill Road Reserve as a project bid in the 2020-2021 budget deliberations. If someone wanted to move that way. There's no mover, then we'll move on. Move on to the next item, which is item 5.1. Minutes of the previous meeting. The recommendation is that the meetings be confirmed as true and accurate. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield, thank you, and seconded by Councillor Kemp. Any discussion around those minutes? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 5.2, minutes of the previous ordinary council meeting of the 28th of January. The recommendation is that the minutes be confirmed as true and accurate. Do I have a mover there? Councillor Henderson, thank you. Councillor Hales, thank you very much. Any discussion on those minutes? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Item 6, declaration of members' interests. I'd just like to remind members of the requirements of disclosure by councillors of material, actual or perceived conflict of interest in items listed for consideration on the agenda. Yes, Councillor Robertson.
I have a conflict of interest in a matter at the very end of the meeting. I'll declare it then.
Okay, yep, thank you very much. And I also have a conflict of interest on one of the items of the meeting, and I'll be declaring it then and leaving the chamber.
As do I,
The
Mayor.
next,
I have one.
as
Yep.
do you. Thank you. The next item in the agenda is deputations, and Mr. Blatchford has asked for a deputation which has been refused, and it was refused because the matter that he wanted to talk to council about were matters that are currently the subject of expert legal advice and investigation from the Local Government Mutual Liability Scheme, and at this time remain confidential. So that was refused. We do have a deputation from Graham Mowat. Is Graham in the gallery? Thank you, Graham. If you'd like to come up to the chair at the back, that would be great. You have 10 minutes to talk to council, and then the councillors can ask questions if they so wish. So please, if you'd like to, you'll get a warning bell at 9 minutes, just to let you know you've got a minute to wrap up. So if you press your button so you're on, lovely, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins, and councillors for accepting my my deputation. So I wanted to speak to you about a recently published report which to do with competitive neutrality, which was recently released by the Competition Commissioner from the Premier's, excuse me if I get some of the distinctions wrong, but the Premier's Department, and it has to do with the Fleurieu Regional Aquatic Centre complaint that myself and Bruce Connings, along with Matt from Anytime, put in 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago. So some of you were here when I spoke last time about this, and some of you are new to this, but I presume that you may already know. So, but you may not know the full history of what has actually gone on. And so I wanted to run quickly through the history so that everybody can understand the pain and the suffering that this event has occurred to both myself, my employees, and Bruce and his employees. So originally, when the FRACA was set up, there was going to be no gym, and there were some people that were actually disappointed that there wasn't going to be a gym. And it was stated in both this chamber and in the chamber in Alexandrina that there wasn't going to be a gym. So, and in fact, when they interviewed people that were going to be economically affected by the pool, we were not interviewed, and neither was Bruce. None of the fitness facilities were actually interviewed because there wasn't going to be a gym, so we weren't going to be impacted. So we got a gym. And in fact, none of the councillors actually knew there was going to be a gym until they actually started selling memberships. And I sat in the mayor's office at that time, Graham Philp, with the CEO, Graham Maxwell, at the time, and said, there's going to be a gym. Why is there going to be a gym? And Mayor Philp at the time said to me, no, there's no gym. And so I pointed him to the website and dragged him down to where it showed there was a gym and the memberships that were being sold. And he said, oh. And he looked at Graham Maxwell and said, is there going to be a gym? And Mr. Maxwell said, oh, no, not really. It's just going to be a room with some exercise equipment. All right? So that was the start. Then they started selling memberships, and at a non-competitive price. Now, I'm just going to go into the effect of what all of this has had on our facility. So basically, it's taken us 10 years to build up this business. And when the FRACA opened and did this, we had members that had been with us for 10 years that walked out the door and said, look, sorry, it's just too good a deal. You know, we don't even want to use the pool, but it's too good a deal. So, you know, we lost members. I think over the last 3 years, we've lost approximately a bit over $50,000 a year. We had to slash hours from our staff. We had to slash services. We had to actually slash our pricing to a below supportive level, a level that we couldn't economically afford, just to keep enough members, because nobody will join a club that doesn't have members. So you absolutely have to keep your members. So we lost money. For 2 years, we went backwards. Now, and the only reason we survived, my business survived, was because we had other gyms. Now, Bruce wasn't in that same thing. He didn't have other gyms, but he did have his physio. So he was able to prop up his gym with his physio, but he lost money too. So we were caught on the hop because we weren't told there was going to be a gym. So we put out, but when we found out there's going to be a gym, we had a look at it, had a look at the pricing and everything, and we said, hang on a minute, this just isn't real. So we learned very quickly about something called competitive neutrality. I looked up the thing, I read the act, I did whatever I had to do. I spoke to his members and councillors and whoever I could to find out what the hell it meant and what it was going to, and it looked like it infringed. So I went to the council and I came into this chamber and said, listen, this is not right. You are infringing competitive neutrality by what you're doing. They said, put in a complaint. So we put in a complaint. And that had to go to FRACA. FRACA came back. They went off, did some report with some consultants, lawyers, whatever, came back, said nothing to see here. So then we had to go to the Small Business Commissioner, and then he had a look at it and he referred it on to the Premier's Department, and then he referred it on to the ESCOSA and the Competition Commissioner. And then he did a year-long report and then came out with a draft report. And then that draft report got commented on, and then it went back and it came out with a full report, and that got commented on. Then it went back, and now finally we've got the final report, and it said what we said right in the very beginning. And now what I'm asking this council to do is to act on that report. All right? Do the right thing. The council has the right to delay this for another year. You've got 3 months to write another response to the commissioner, and then he'll get back to you and say that that's probably not quite good enough, and then you'll get back to them and then and say, you know, blah, 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 and eventually you'll do the right thing, right? But it'll take another 9 months, another 12 months. In the meantime, Bruce and me are still suffering. Our employees are still suffering. We can't upgrade our facilities. So, you know, what I'm saying to this council is that it's time to stand up and say, hey, okay, we didn't get that right. Let's fix it now and not cause them any more agony. So that is what I wanted to say. I'm asking this council to accept those recommendations and act on them. Thank you.
Thank you, Graham. Do any of the members have any questions for Graham?
Thank you, Graham. Just a couple of questions, just so I'm a bit clearer in my thinking around this. What sort of numbers in membership are you talking about having lost? That's my first question. And then, is there any way that you have evidence that that loss of membership has actually gone to another gym, any other gym, not particularly the one we're talking about? Is there any way of knowing that? Because sometimes memberships wane and, you know, trends change and that sort of thing. So they're my two questions.
Yeah, sure. And look, the report took so long to produce because they were very thorough. In fact, we had to provide a stack of documents, financial and membership and trends and analysis, and to them, showing everything that had happened in the previous 5 years leading up to this. And so I can say definitively that we proved our case. But if you want me to give you those figures, I can grab them for you, I can send them to you, I can do whatever. But yeah, off the top of my head, I couldn't give them to you. I know the broad figure because I know that our income was at this level, and then it went like that in a step. So I can tell you the income effect, you know, was over $50,000. And yeah, that is something that we're in a marginal business like what we have. That, you know, that's like, yeah, it's an overheads driven business. When you have a fixed overheads. When you drop that, that's it, you go into debt.
Councillor Robertson.
Yeah, thank you, Graham, for a very, very clear presentation of the case. Sorry it worked out that way. I've two lots of questions. One relates to remedies. Is there enough room in Victor Harbor for a gym like the one at is there enough demand? Is there enough room for the gym at the aquatic centre? If it was one that whose costs were not uncompetitive. The other things are I haven't seen this uncompetitive report. I know it's taken a horribly long time to produce, which normally means that people are having great difficulty writing it. Know that something's gone wrong. That from what you know, if you do know what's in the report, I haven't personally seen it. What are the three or the one or two main recommendations?
Okay, so I'll take the second one first. That's easy. I meant to mention it. The report recommends that the debundle the pool and the gym. The main contention in competitive neutrality is the fact that the pool, which is a loss-making exercise and is funded predominantly by ratepayers, is being used as a competitive advantage by bundling it and only allowing people to buy it as a bundle. That is one of the things. The other issue with the competitive neutrality is the fact that the pricing structure is non-commercial and does not take into account all of the costs involved in running a gym, i.e. it's being discounted. So the report recommended debundling. It recommended pricing appropriately, and that should the council decide to offer a bundle as well, i.e. you could offer gym, you could offer pool, and you could offer gym and pool. If they offered gym and pool as a bundle, then it had to be priced appropriately, taking into account the net costs of both memberships.
And the first question was...
The first question, okay, so, you know, I've had a lot of time to think about that facility and I know the costs intimately involved in running a facility like that. And I would put my hand on my heart and say that that gym is losing money. If you closed that gym tomorrow, your costs would go down because that gym is actually costing you money.
But
Thank you.
my question, sorry.
Yes, now.
The question was, is there a room for that gym to stay?
Yes, but not run like that. Simply because, well, okay, there's a number of things. They run Les Mills classes. Okay, Les Mills costs a lot of money to run. And then you add in the cost of all the instructors. You start adding all that up and it becomes clear that if they are not making, that gym is not making any money. And if I had access to the division between the usage of the gym and usage of the pool, I could probably clearly show that to you. But would that, yes, if you lease that out as a separate enterprise, the council would make money. But yes, a commercial enterprise would be able to make, but I would suggest that it would be more related to allied health rather than fitness.
Members would have got a copy of the report and the recommendations Saturday, Friday at 2:30, so you can have a look at them. I'm aware of the time. We'll take another question. Councillor Kemp, I think you had your hand up first.
Not so much towards Mr. Mowat, but more to the CEO. Can our councils direct the board to look at this, or we leave it to the board of the FRACA to deal with? So I'm just wondering what our involvement is, or because Mr. Mowat's asking us to do something about it. I'm not quite sure whether the council can, or it's up to the FRACA board to deal with it.
As you are aware, the FRACA board is the one that's responsible for dealing with it. That was where the report was directed to from the Department of Premier and Cabinet, was to the FRACA authority to respond accordingly. And it's up to the authority to action and acknowledge those recommendations and put a plan in place in regards to implementation. I am still awaiting on the outcomes. I believe the FRACA authority met on Friday, which you're a member of, and considered this report. But they're still in that process to provide recommendations back to the council as to how it plans to action those. The chair of the authority forwarded me a copy of that report, which I forwarded on to members on Friday, but also stressed, as I did to Mr. Mowat when he requested his deputation, at this current time, the council is awaiting to see what the response is of the authority, who is clearly aware of the matter and will action accordingly.
Could I make a comment on that?
Make a very brief comment, Mr. Mowat. I'm
Well,
aware
I
of the
would like to
time.
ask if the council is able to speak to the FRACA board and make you're waiting for a recommendation from the FRACA board. Well, is there some reason why this council cannot make a recommendation to the FRACA?
Probably to assist with that response, we have 2 members of council, one a proxy and one is a board member, which is Councillor Kemp. Councillor Kemp is a representative on the FRAC authority's responsibility would be to take any information or consideration he has from this council back and to consider it. The directions that the councils give to the FRAC authority needs to be a joint constituent councils, Alexandrina and Victor Harbor, in regards to directions to the authority. So I think unless there wasn't concurrences to that process, I would be waiting for the authority to manage the issue at hand, which I believe from that meeting on Monday it is. Friday, sorry. That's the week mixed up.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mowat. Thank you. Tim, we're running out of time. Do you?
Yeah, I know. I just want to make a very quick comment because this is coming up later in the agenda, and I've been saying for a long time that we need to sort this out. And this council needs to sort it out. Ultimately, we're the ones that are responsible for this.
Tim, this
is important.
not.
These people are
Tim, sorry,
criticised.
point of order. This is not coming up in the agenda later. There's an issue around FRACA which is completely different.
Which is totally related to this. I mean, if this council can't understand why that FRAC's not making money, well, hello.
Yeah, thank you.
It's in a report.
I request we go to meeting procedure and discuss it now. I see, you're not interested in that, but this is such a serious matter. It's been going on for quite some time, and it's not like the only one suffering is Graham Mowat. Our community is suffering with the sort of money that's being paid out at present moment on that facility.
Councillor Charles, this is a deputation that that we've had from Graham Mowat. Thank you very much, Mr. Mowat. Our council cannot make unilateral decisions. As our CEO has said, we have got Councillor Kemp who can take back to the FRACA board the feelings of the council, and the board need to discuss this and need to respond to the report and take it from there. Thank you very much, Mr. Mowat. We move on to questions from the gallery, and Mr. Blatchford had a couple of questions from the gallery. Both of those have been refused. They again relate to the Crozier estate matter, which he's fully aware is under investigation by the Local Government Mutual Liability Scheme on behalf of council. And until such time as the investigation is complete, the council is not in a position to respond to any of the questions on this matter. Mr. Blatchford has been reminded that question time has not been allocated as a public forum for debate, making of public statements or making allegations or derogatory remarks about elected members or council staff. And so the questions were not allowed as determined by both myself and the Chief Executive Officer. So we now move on to item 9, which is a petition regarding the bicycle walking path along Greenhill Roads, Lower Inman Valley. And the first recommendation is that council receive and note the petition. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield, thank you very much. And Councillor Robertson seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson, do you want to speak to that? Does anybody want to speak to receiving and noting the petition? No, in that case, all those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. The second recommendation is that administration present a budget bid for the construction of a bicycle and walking path along Greenhills Road, Lower Inman Valley for council's consideration for the 2020-2021 financial year budget. Councillor Schofield moving that way and Councillor Henderson seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to it? No, Councillor Henderson?
I just want to say I think this is a very sensible idea. I drive through that area regularly and often see people walking their dogs, people riding bicycles, and it makes sense to me to have a bicycle and walking path because that is an 80-kilometre speed zone.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Does anybody else want to speak to that? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor, just on the map we have provided with, the walking trail only goes as far as Cartwright Road, not Watson's Road, which is up near the CFS headquarters. I don't know if that makes any material difference, but going up as far as Watson's Road is means that the green line should be extended around the bend. And I wondered if that was some sort of phase 2 of this. I totally support the petition. I'm just wondering, does the staff know if there are any bus stops along that road?
Yeah, through the Mayor, no, I'm not aware of any bus stops. And the length highlighted in green is about 1,250 metres for the entire part of the Green Hills Road up to as they're requested in the petition. Costing will be based on.
Yeah, and I had another issue about, you can see, members can see on page 49, the map there, in the middle I've got a thing called McNamara Reserve, which I've had some, this issue of bringing up the bicycle walking path came along with a long-term concern of mine, which was that this McNamara Reserve, which you look into when you're coming from Inman Valley, before you turn right down to the ring road, you look into it and it's a dreadful piece of scrub full of pine trees. I've had information back from Director Sanford that there's endangered species in there, but I thought that as part of this upgrade, what we ought to be doing also is, if we don't have any particular pine trees targeted for destruction, we could get rid of the pine trees out of that section, out of that reserve, even though it's a nature reserve. And I presume, Director Sanford, that means that the reserve belongs to Juna or to the council?
My understanding is Juna, yeah, and part of the pine tree removal program that's been budgeted each financial year, that's been totally expended for this current financial year.
Yeah, but that the pine trees could be, if they were removed, would make that reserve look a lot better from the roadside, more inviting, and better proposition for putting a pathway through it. Hopefully we know what endangered species are in there and would hopefully lead to their proliferation.
Thank you. Councillor Glassbrook.
Yes, thank you. Councillor Hales has been smiling at me across the table. I think we've both been elected members for too long. He knows exactly what I'm going to say. But of course, you know, this is a sensible thing and, you know, this is needed, and, you know, I'm not going to deny that for 1 second, but I'm not going to be supporting it because we seem to forget that we have a process and policies and things in place. We have plans, long-term plans, that we're going to do this footpath and we're going to do that and we're going to do that and we're going to do that. And consistently this council brings up things like this and pushes these out. I ask elected members, what footpath are you going to kick out? What resident is going to miss out that's been on the plan for 10 years? We've got things on the plan for 20 years. I've got letters I can show you from people wanting roads done. The council said their road will be done next year. Guess what? Still hasn't been done from years ago. So we need to stay focused and stick to our plans because, you know, I think it's unfair to the people who have been waiting and waiting and waiting patiently, and then they've missed out again because this has come along. And I'm not saying it's not a valid thing. Of course it's valid. Of course it's needed. But there's, you know, maybe we should stop spending money on all these shiny new things we're doing at the moment and concentrate on some of these things. That's my opinion. We're wasting too much money on things that we really can't afford, and we're not covering our responsibility to our community. That's certainly my opinion. And this is a classic example. So no offence to the people, I support them. Of course they need a footpath, but so does a lot of other areas that have been waiting for a long time as well. So therefore I'll be voting against it.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Councillor Kemp, you wanted to say something?
Thanks, Mayor Jenkins. I'll be voting against this, not because I'm not against the principles of having shared pathways and that for safety and that, but I think, again, as Councillor Glasbrook has said, we have an asset management plan where this should go on it. I don't think it should jump the queue. I think there's times when we need to look at it. We have a whole range of strategies this council is looking at in the way of different bike trails that we're going to be considering and spending money on. We've got Encounter Bikeway to develop and look at that, Bridge Terrace. There's a lot on the plate, and to put another one on the plate, you know, to expect our community to pay for this. And I think, as Councillor Glasbrook said, yes, there are a lot of people out there waiting for footpaths or roads to be sealed, and for years. So I think not get rid of it, certainly put it on the asset management plan for Director Sanford to sort out when's the best timing to do it, depending on priorities and what's is more important.
Thank you. Can I just ask Director Sanford, in terms of some of the things that Councillor Glasbrook and Councillor Kemp have said, that if this was to go ahead, and I know the recommendation is that it just goes on to gets considered for the budget, so we're not actually voting for it to go ahead at this stage. But if it was considered in the budget, does that mean that a footpath or a bike path or a road that is currently planned would be knocked off, or would you be able to add this to what you're already doing?
Through the Mayor, looking at the amount of budget, looking at our budget and the amount of projects for next financial year, I think it's going to be challenging as every financial year. I honestly probably think something like this, I think there's probably other higher priorities in the streets that don't have footpaths. So it was just for council's consideration to put a budget bid forward.
Does anybody else? Councillor Mann?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Just a question to Director Sanford. Is this footpath on our long-term asset plan, or could we put it on there if not?
Well, with it, through the Mayor, with what we're doing with the bikes and shared pathways is coming from the bike strategy, and it wasn't picked up in that report from 2016 as a need. So what has been placed in the asset management plan, they're referenced from the bike strategy, and this isn't one of them. I don't know if that makes any sense. Could it go in the asset management plan? Yes, it could.
To speak to that, if that's okay, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, I similarly share the same opinion that it, as all elected members have probably experienced, the residents requesting for road upgrades, footpath upgrades, curbing, and then us having to say that, sorry, that's not scheduled for this year, that's in 4 years or 2 years or 10 years. And as much as we'd like to do everything for everyone right away, I think it's important that we do have that structure so we don't put people who have been waiting for 10 years out by just continually putting it back. So I do agree with Tim. However, I would, it would be good if administration could, if we could see to get projects like this on the plan, so it's not just it gets up tonight or it doesn't, that it gets in line, so we do stick with that plan and that process. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Charles, you wanted to speak?
I was going to make a comment and maybe a question. The McNamara Reserve, I wouldn't have even known it was there, to be quite honest, and I don't think many people would. You know, it's just, it looks like somebody else's land. It doesn't stand out in any way, and I come to that intersection quite frequently. So that's an interesting thing. And it's also interesting that the council don't own it or have it vested in our group of reserves that we look after, our large group of reserves. I wonder, and I just wonder whether you could still go ahead with a through you, Mayor, whether Director Sanford could still give us some sort of a costing, because perhaps at this stage it doesn't have to be any more than clearance of some shrubs, cutting back of some trees, and a grading of what's already there, and maybe a smattering of gravel. Obviously not ideal for bikes, but I wouldn't really think many people would, most of these people live on property out here and they've got plenty of places to exercise their dog. It's not necessarily along there, but I imagine what people are wanting to do is create a link to the ring road and then to perhaps Cudmore, whatever it is, that's just past the council depot, and then walk to high school or to the primary school. They'd be pretty fit kids if they did that, because there's not too many who do. I imagine they're in the four-wheel drive being taken to school. I'd put this on, keep this on the list. It's not going to hurt to put it on the list, and something I'm sure can be done in the way of tidying it up so people are not walking on the road and they've got an option. All right, let's forget about the mud. But
in relation to that, Councillor Charles, I'll draw your attention to the letter of the 3rd of October 2019 that was written by Evie Quast, who is the instigator of this petition. And she does say, even in the second paragraph, even just maintaining the overgrown bushes along the road would make it safer for everybody. She's 12 years old. She said, I'm writing to ask council to put a bike path or walking path along this area. I think it's necessary because on my street alone there are 10 kids, including me, that want to walk and ride to school, but it's too dangerous. As the speed limit is so high, there should be a designated path for pedestrians, even just maintaining the overgrown bushes along the road. So that your suggestion about trimming some trees and looking at the cost of doing that may be pertinent in that, if council doesn't want to look at actually putting a designated bike path there. I note that the recommendation is that administration present a budget for the construction of a bicycle path and walking path to consider for the financial year budget. If that was to be passed, I would ask Glenn to present a budget for trimming the trees as well as doing a bicycle path. And if it wasn't put in this year's budget, then it could be delayed to go into another year's budget. But you might want to look at the tree trimming in the meantime. So just for your benefit, I suppose, that recommendation can actually address both of those things, and does not mean to say that you're going to put in a bike path next year. Just to clarify that for members. So that might be a consideration for you when you're voting. Does somebody else want to? Councillor Robertson, you've already spoken in relation to this. Have you got a question?
I have a question to the CEO. If this doesn't get up, what's the normal process? You write back to the petitioner, and I guess somehow copy it to the other petitioners to say that we have a huge amount, whatever you have to say in that. Would that be an occasion also where you could say that, recognise it as there's quite a bit of demand when you get 70 odd people putting in a petition? It's not a bad run. That it'll be coming up. It's noted.
So in answer to your question, Councillor Robertson, yes, we would write back to Evie, who's a head petitioner. That would be our normal way of corresponding, not with every single petitioner signatory on the petition, advising of whatever the decision is of the chamber. It's just receiving a noting, and it would consider it in its future plans if there is no decision tonight in regards to item number 2, or whatever the other outcome is of the chamber. It's obviously noted, as Glenn has highlighted, it wasn't picked up as part of the biking strategy, so it may be that we need to look to incorporate that, given that we have the petition and the expression from those community members that should be extended along that pathway. But then, as Councillor Gladbrook highlighted, incorporating it into our asset management plans amongst all the other projects that we have.
Given that Evie's 12, I'd also take it upon myself to talk to her and to thank her very much for organising the petition and for becoming involved in explaining things in a way that she might be able to understand it rather than... Councillor Schofield, did you want to close debate?
I've listened to everybody and I agree with the comments that are made, but I'd still support that recommendation that the administration present a budget bid for the construction of the bicycle and walking path along Green Hills Road, and to consider that in next year's budget, because I think it is important. This is outside the boundaries of our city, and this is really catering for rural people. And I would say that the majority of recommendations and work that we as elected members do are for our residents of our city. And therefore, that is why I'm going to support it.
That closes debate. I'd like to put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That motion is lost. Thank you.
Can I have a division, please?
Councillor Schofield's called for a division. All those in favour? Let's wait for Karina. Councillor Charles. Schofield. Councillor Henderson. Against is Councillor Robertson. Kemp. Glasbrook. Councillor Hales. Councillor Mann. Councillor Littley. We now move to item 10 on the agenda, which is the 1920 December budget review. And the first recommendation is that Council receive and note the 2019-2020 December budget review and report. Would somebody like to move that way, receiving and noting the report? Councillor Charles, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Any of you like to speak to receiving and noting the report? Any discussion? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. The second recommendation is that Council endorse the budget review as presented in the financial statements at attachment A. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Kemp. Either of you like to speak to that? Councillor Henderson? No. Councillor Kemp?
I think this is what I'm about to say is out of the risk assessment for this budget review. And I think under financial management, it talks about increasing costs due to new and unplanned activities during the year, and the reduction in estimated income needs to be carefully monitored for the remainder of the year, and Council needs to be carefully consider decisions that have budget or resource impact. The risk is assessed as high. So again, we've got to be very mindful. That's what these budget reviews are about, is let us know where we're travelling. It's a bit of a milestone to say where we're at. And I think we've got to constantly think about our budget and how we put pressure on the administration by approving things just out of the blue, which have not been budgeted for or planned for. So I think it's just a reminder for us moving into a new financial year deliberations that, you know, we can't do everything. And we don't have an endless pit of money unless the ratepayers want to spend more and give us some more, we'll spend it. But the thing is, this is a very pertinent and very good message to us as elected members about how we put pressure on our administration to actually approve unplanned expenditures. So I support it. Very well done through Kelly in providing these reports and highlighting an honest statement that, yes, you know, it is, the risk is high, the way we approve things in this chamber.
Any further discussion on that budget review and report? Councillor Charles?
Just a couple of questions. And I'm just seeing that there's an ongoing court hearing. Do councillors get to hear or understand what's going on there, or is that completely out of our area of expertise or concern? Yeah, but you'll find on page 61 if it's a printout, and it's 2/3 of the way down the page, $9,000 variance.
Yeah, we received that.
Yeah, it's not that you aren't updated. One of them is to do with an expiation that we are prosecuting a
dog
owner on.
It's a different one.
So that is probably the
Okay.
main one at this stage. That's the one that's which you are aware of. I've kept members informed on that.
Thank you. Sorry about that. And the other thing, I know I could ask these questions at another time, but rent from the Adelaide property, 6,300. That seems like a lot. Did we can just explain that total? That seems like we're collecting quite a lot of rent for that property, or have I misread? That's on the page below. Property in.
That would be a variation to account for what we would get by the end of the financial year, because we hadn't accounted it as a source of income, so we're not getting that weekly.
Okay, it's pro rata, but ahead of time. Got it. Thank you.
Any further comments? Councillor Henderson, do you want to close? No? In that case, I'll put that motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. 10.2, mid-year review of 2019-20 key planned activities. And the recommendation is that council receive and note the key planned activities report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Charles. And would someone like to second that? Councillor Schofield. Either of you want to speak to that, receiving that report?
Please, if I may. I have a question. Would it be possible to include the name of the director responsible for each of the key planned activities, so that when there are questions, councillors to know who to approach and save time, rather than just ask a general question? Whether that could be included on the beside or somewhere in there, be great. Thank you. And I look through the 285 KPIs every month, and to be honest, I grow weak just thinking about all the questions that I could and should be asking. So I guess that will be avoiding questions at the council meeting. I've got a lot more written here with PTO, but I know you're short on time. This is not a big issue at this point of time.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. Councillor Robertson, you want to say something?
Yes, a question to the CEO. Note on page 65, the Audit Committee notes that the administration is looking to present an alternative for the KPAs for the 2021 financial year. Are we going to continue with these 285 KPAs until the end of this year, or do we intend to prune them down to a much lower number before the end of this year?
And through the Mayor, I'll be continuing with them to the end of the financial year, because that's what you have endorsed as a council as your annual business plan. So I'm required to report to them, but we would look at setting a new structure in place for the 2021 budgeting process. So I will still be reporting on all of them right until the end.
Any other comments? Councillor Kemp.
It's just a basic statement, but I guess it's a bit of a warning when we make decisions for the next financial year, that when you go through these KPAs, and it was mentioned prior to our approval process for this current budget, that the CEO was asked a question: do we have the capacity or the capability to deliver 285 KPAs? We were assured that we could. The problem is that the ones that are not on track is related to staff resources. In other words, we don't have the capability to deliver because of staff issues. Now, I don't blame the CEO in the sense that she believed that she could deliver. I blame the chamber by putting the CEO under pressure to deliver so many KPAs where we couldn't even deliver 271 the previous year. So I think the chamber needs to rethink how it looks at its decision-making process and how we go through and not really set the CEO up for failure. Because I think if this continues as it is, it won't look very good on the report sheet at the end of the financial year.
Anybody else have any other comments? Councillor Charles, you want to close the debate?
Yes, I do. Councillor Kemp's been very good tonight, isn't he? I love his support for you, CEO. Obviously, he's trying to get a favour from you or something. I was wondering, and this is the other part of it, with our informal meetings, would it be possible to attack this, the KPAs? A little chunk at a time, perhaps, director at a time, or maybe a portion of a director's responsibility with the KPAs.
Councillor Charles, you're meant to be rebutting, so you're not allowed to bring anything new into your rebuttal. And the recommendation is that council receive and note the mid-year review. If you want to, ask about that,
I want to know whether I should put up a motion. You're in
a rebuttal, so you can only when you move a motion and you're rebutting, you can only bring up things that have been brought up in the debate. No new information brought in.
I think what I've got is beneficial, but we'll talk about it afterwards. Will we do that? That's a good idea. We don't want to go against procedure, do we?
Let's close the debate. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We have 10.3, which is the feedback regarding Local Government Association advocacy for stronger regulation of corflute election signs. First recommendation is that council receive and note the feedback. Would someone like to move that way? I'm happy to do it on block if you want to do the recommendations on block, though. You're happy to move them on block, Councillor Henderson? Do I have a seconder for on block? Councillor Robertson? Either of you want to speak to the recommendations? Councillor Henderson?
I'd like to speak to recommendation 2, part 1. I think it's a good idea to ban the fixation of election signs as outlined here. All the research shows that putting up corflutes actually has no effect on the way people vote, and they are generally not environmentally friendly.
Thank you. And Councillor Robertson, did you want to say something as the seconder?
Yes, Mayor, this is great single-use plastics, but I do know how useful they can be at times. If you want to define a garden area or something, they'll never disintegrate. So, but anyway, notwithstanding their longevity, for other uses, I agree they should go.
Thank you. Councillor Charles, do you wanted to say something?
Thank you. Corflute signs that I've had on properties break down over a time, and particularly with the sun, obviously. But no doubt they don't continue to break down. You would know best. I would like to support that, what you've got there, but I'd also like to include that there's a restriction on the number of signs per candidate. Keeping in mind, we're not actually banning them altogether, we're just saying that they're banned from certain areas. I don't think that's going to get through. It's been explained later on that, what was it, the High Court or the Federal Court or somebody or other said it's a right of freedom and political communication. So I don't think they've got a hope of doing that, but I do think what they need to do is make a restriction that we can make lawfully in our local government areas, and the number of signs per candidate so that everybody is on an equal footing. I haven't used them myself ever, but I think it's fair that if the 10 or 20 or whatever the story might be per candidate, and there are no more. And also I'd be concerned about uniform dimensions as well. rather than large ones, small ones, all different things. So I think we need to tidy it up. And I'd like those two things to be included if it's possible, please.
Do you have a variation to the
That's
the
a
motion?
variation.
Can I just check, Councillor Charles, is it in relation to the variation?
Well, it was a question which might help, Councillor Charles. It's just the way that this is read. I don't understand it well. It says that signs will be banned on arterial roads, but then it also says council infrastructure, light poles, whatever else, within road reserves. Well, every road is in a road reserve, as far as I'm aware. So is that every road or just arterial roads? Doesn't make sense. I think that should, if it says every road, well, I support it 100%. That would alleviate Councillor Charles's problem as well.
Good question. I'm not able to answer that, but I can clarify. But I also know that most of the points Councillor Charles is referring to are highlighted within the submission from the LGA in regards to restricting the number of signs and the size of the signs and the infrastructure. So we are just supporting that submission which has been made by the LGA, but also reiterating the ban of those particular areas. But I can clarify that for you. You are correct. I mean, every road is on a road reserve, but I'm assuming it's the road reserve that the arterial roads light poles are within.
There any further questions or debate on that? Councillor Henderson, do you want to close the debate? Councillor Charles, can I just clarify that you want to include that variation in the motion, or are you happy with?
I think so. If that's what we're going to be sending back, what I'm reading here in this point 2, then it kind of looks like it covers everything, but it's been explained to us what the Australian Capital Territories do, the New South Wales, Victoria, Western Australia and Queensland councils and the legislations there. They all have different ideas. They have a period of time that the signs can be up and no longer, and so it goes. So I think it needs to be mentioned because it's what we're sending back. We're just broadening up. That's all. I think some very pertinent things. We don't want all different size signs, and we would like to restrict and give everybody a fair go. Everybody has the same number, because I can't see them getting it banned completely and utterly, or there'll be a.
Well, it's in the commentary, it said that the LGA, there's difficulty in achieving a complete ban due to previous High Court rules and the right of freedom, as you said. But perhaps if the mover and the seconder are happy to add to the motion, a point 2, restricting the number of signs and having a conform a standard size of signs. I'll just ask Councillor Henderson and Councillor Robertson if you're happy for that to be included.
I am, but it does say the LGA will advocate for a complete ban. That's their aim.
Yep.
However, if unsuccessful, then other recommendations. So I think it's all covered anyway.
Yep. So you, Councillor Henderson and Robertson, are you happy with the motion as it reads now? Yep, okay. No further questions or debate. Councillor Charles?
I just need to ask, I can clearly read for myself, it doesn't say anything about size in here, it's just a general let's try and ban them. It doesn't say if we don't ban them or don't get them banned, what are we going to do then? Well, what we're going to do then is we're going to restrict people who are running for election to a number of signs, a certain number of signs and a dimension of sign.
Your variation says standardising the dimension of signs. It's point 2.
Well, it's just that Councillor Henderson is saying it's included in here, but it's not included in here. No, these are all just
in your variation.
General ideas. All right. Yep. Doesn't matter.
Okay. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Item 10.4, the draft unsolicited proposal policy and guidelines. I'll take that recommendation on block if somebody wants to move it on block. Councillor Kemp, you happy to move it on block?
No, I want to move in a motion to adjourn this agenda item. We've just received some correspondence this afternoon on our table here, and from the Audit Committee independent member, both of them, Mr David Papa and Claudia Goldsmith. They raise a lot of issues, operational risk. Operationally, I think before we as a council endorse this policy, I think we need to have more discussions around those risks that's been raised by the member of the Audit Committee, and I think it's too premature to do it tonight. I think we need to adjourn this to a workshop or another opportunity time where we can really read and understand the risks and the issues that are raised there by the independent members of the Audit Committee.
I'm happy, Councillor Kemp, if the council would like to go out of meeting procedure to have a much fuller discussion on the independent members' feedback, we can do that. Oh, sorry, you're just moving a formal motion that the matter be adjourned. You're quite right. Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that formal motion? Councillor Robertson. All those in favour? And those against? That matter will be adjourned. (10.5) Outstanding resolutions. And the recommendation is that council receive and note the outstanding resolutions February report. Councillor Hales, thank you. And do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Mann. Let's wait for Karina to catch up. So the outstanding resolutions moved by Councillor Hales, seconded by Councillor Mann. Do either of you want to speak to that at all? Does anybody want to speak to the outstanding resolutions? Councillor Charles?
I'll quieten down in a minute. Sorry, I'm holding the meeting up, but I won't spend much time on this, but I did send an email to all the councillors and I think the directors and so on about the Crown land on 74 High Marsh Road. We received an attachment to a notification on other matters and other attachments saying that we've been, unfortunately, we cannot have that Crown land vested in the City of Victor Harbor at this time. I sent some information out to councillors, and I'd like to, the information I sent out was about the proposed bike track along the train line, or following that area of the train line along the shore. And I foreshadowed perhaps a motion, and that motion won't come up till next council meeting, while I'm requesting that we make a time when councillors and staff, or appropriate staff or interested staff, can actually walk the trail where the new bike track may go, and then also observe where it currently goes and where it could still go behind those properties up 74 High Marsh Road. I've got some documentation now from our CEO which I want to go through. There's a lot to be discussed there, but I'm just disappointed it's taken 1,300 and something, or no, it's actually taken way more than that, 1,500 days odd or so before we've got a reply back, and now it's become a negative one. And that's really disappointing. Can't say any more because we're always short on time here.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. Does anybody else want to say anything about the outstanding resolutions? If not, Councillor Hales, do you want to close the debate, say anything? All those in favour of receiving? Those against? That's been carried unanimously. Thank you. 11.1 is the Santos Tour Down Under 2021 Expressions of Interest. I'll do the recommendation in 3 lots. The first one that council receive and note the expression of interest report. If someone would like to move that way. Thank you, Councillor Littley. Seconded by Councillor Henderson. Thank you. Either of you want to speak to the report? Anyone want to speak to the report? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Recommendation 2, that council lodge a formal expression of interest with Events South Australia to host any of the following: a stage finish, $20,000, a stage finish with challenge tour, $25,000. Would someone like to move one of those? Thank you, Councillor Littley. What would you like to move? 1 or 2 or both? Oh, that's both? It's all in one, sorry. I beg your pardon, it's all in one. Councillor Littley. Someone want to second that? Someone want to second? Councillor Robertson? Councillor Littley, do you want to speak to it? Thank you.
I was just looking at the other page of my... Okay. I'm looking at the expressions of interest and the type of stage, and I'm wondering why it is that on that we've got start, finish, challenge tour start, challenge tour finish, start and finish. Why is the full suite of options not available to us? Or why is that in this motion? And can we have that added to the motion, that we express our interest in any or all of those, so we can either get the full gamut. A start and finish in Victor Harbor would give us a full day of activities, and we know that we did have some success this year with our tour, a finish there. We didn't have a challenge tour, but to be able to get a start in Victor and then to come back to Victor, I think would be a magnificent thing. I'm just wondering why it's not available to us.
Yeah, through the Mayor, that's a very good question, and I think Council could in fact put an expression of interest in for those. But just to clarify, the reason it hasn't occurred previously is because the stage starts don't ordinarily get allocated outside of Adelaide or Adelaide sort of metro area, so they haven't been in the habit of supporting a stage start in the regions at all, so that's why it's not there. Doesn't necessarily prevent council from putting in an expression of interest for one though.
I'll speak to it now then if I can.
Thank you.
I obviously feel that we should have a crack at everything, and the fact that it hasn't been put out to start and finish outside of Adelaide in the past shouldn't stop us from testing the waters. I understand that next year there's a move to try to hold a stage on Kangaroo Island, and I'm quite sure that that would start and finish on the island. That might be a challenge for us to get one of those, a start and finish here, because it would be too similar, but we should at least express our interest, because if it's not this year and we do a good job this year, it could be the following year or the following year. That tour is not going to go away, and that tour is going to make regional communities, it's going to reach out into the regions more and more in coming years, I'm sure, as they try to change it up and combat the types of pressures that the Superloop 500s experienced over the weekend, where they need to change and keep changing and keep thinking and rethinking these events to support our regions.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. Councillor Robertson, did you want to speak to this?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. You'll note on page 138 at the top that the costs to the council are not simply the options we've been considering. there is a list of about 8 other costs that come with hosting the tour. A question and I'll make a comment, but can I ask the administration, do we have any idea, Monte Grosso, how much the tour costs us outside of the bid cost?
I'm not entirely sure of the question. The bid costs are as per the table there, at the bottom of page 137 and onto page 138. And then there's a number of support expenses that are incurred as well in terms of hosting some activities on Worland Reserve and decorations and things like that in and around the area. And there is a list of what that's traditionally cost over the years, hence the $42,000 budget suggestion as part of recommendation 3.
So that means that it's roughly $23,000 of costs, say 20 to 25, well, 42,000 less 20 to 25 means that it costs us an additional $20,000. These
a little bit less, yeah.
These items here.
Correct.
Yeah, because with these events, I mean, I just put it from the point of view of the Rotary Club art show, because when we put that event on, basically the Tour Down Under basically destroys the event for the day. So, and there's very little, if any, overflow of people from out of the Tour Down Under into, while they're down here, into the art show tent. I'm really wondering also, I support it, but I think that if we're expecting the Tour Down Under to really deliver benefits to the city out of this, then what we really need to do is to be building up a festival around the Tour Down Under, which is adding to what it does. So just the brief excitement, half an hour, whatever it is, of bikes arriving in to the finish or taking off, that we really need to have our own events going on that help to attract other people down, or those that are coming down to stay a little bit longer.
Councillor Robertson, was the art show tent there during the Tour Down Under? No. 2 years ago it was, but wasn't this year? No. No. Yeah, no, it wasn't. No. Yeah, no, okay. Thank you. Does anybody else want to speak to this? Councillor Kemp and then Councillor Glasbrook.
I would like to support Brian Littley's if he's going to do a variation to include all the events, the start and finish, into the proposal. If Brian Littley was, sorry, Councillor Littley was doing a variation then, I wasn't quite sure if he was or not, but I would support it.
Were you wanting to do a variation, Councillor Littley?
I guess my question was around the fact, does it include it already? And there was kind of a response to say that yes, we can pitch for all of it. So yes, a variation would tidy that up and make it look fine. So yeah, that's fine. Looking up on the screen now, so that yeah. I would put that up forward, so that's nice and tidy.
So you happy with that, Councillor Robertson? Yeah. Yep. Okay. Councillor Kemp. Councillor Glasbrook.
Well, I'll surprise you all and say the same thing I've been saying for about 6 years now. I support the Tour Down Under. I've said that, and but I do think we should look at it from more of a regional point of view, and we should look at perhaps every other year, because it is expensive, particularly if you want to start and finish. I think you'll find that'd be very expensive. And to me, it's about priorities. I mean, this money could be spent towards a bike and walking trail out the Green Hill Road that the 12-year-old girl wants, for example. So it's all about priorities for me. And as I say, we look at it strategically from a region. As long as it's in our region, I understand the advertising value and whatever else, but we have to realise that we are in a region, and it spins off. So I'll vote against it because we did it last year, and we do it every year. I think every other year would be perfect.
Does anybody else have anything else they'd like to contribute? Councillor Charles?
I have to agree with Councillor Glasbrook on this one, and also Councillor Robertson. If there was some way we could value add to this event and retain people in the area, and I don't know what the project or what the value adding would be that would attract the people who want to view the cyclists, or even the cyclists not necessarily competing in the event, but the ones who hang on and you see around their lycra before and after. Apart from, you know, a meal at Nino's and get the carbs up again and some Mars bars, I really don't know what it is that we would put on. So I think really to put the money aside on a yearly, a bi-yearly basis is a good way to go. And I'd have to agree that, you know, when you think of a start, of course, we'd be expecting people to be down here extremely early in the day, or be already here on site, sleeping in the new Anchorage hotel, ready to launch themselves into a start. So I understand why it does commence from Adelaide. Anyway, that's it. I'll take it no further.
Thank you. Councillor Henderson?
Well, given that my fellow...
Sorry, you...
Sorry.
Did you second
I haven't spoken to this. No,
sorry.
no.
Wrong one.
Given that the majority of fellow councillors have canned the idea of the bike trail on Green Hills Road, I can't see any of the saving going towards that. And this does bring a lot of activity into our town, and I don't think we can measure the benefit sitting here in the chamber, but I know our town does benefit, all of the businesses benefit, so I will support this.
Thank you. Are there any further contributions to the debate? Councillor Schofield? Councillor Robertson, you've already spoken to this.
I will be supporting this. I mean, what we're doing, it's an expression of interest. If we have a look at previous years, there's no guarantee that we will get the tour. And this is an expression of interest. I do agree that we should be flying on the coattails of this and trying to come up with something a little bit unique that will bring people into our city prior and making them stay afterwards. But it certainly is, I believe, worth the money. And I noted down here that it does have a slight impact on the Whale Centre and the horse tram. But then if we're looking at marketing, there's two different markets here.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. Your question, Councillor Robertson?
Yeah, Mayor, can we have our cake and eat it? Can we vary this motion so that it's that we go for it every 2 years, but when we do go for it, we go for the full Monty?
I think that's too much of that changes the motion. It's in its entirety. If the motion is lost, then you might want to put up another motion that we do it every 2 years. But I think we'll stick with this motion at the moment because that's too much of a variance in relation to this. You were asking before, Councillor Robertson, about associated events and what we could do with it. And if you have a look on page 136, they talk about the Spokes by the Sea, which was an associated event, which was very successful, that came with both the Tour Down Under and Australia Day. So that might be something that can continue. Councillor Littley, do you want to close the debate?
I'm going to use a word here that we've used before, momentum. We're very lucky this year with the timing of the tour visit to to Victor Harbour. I make no bones about that. Having it on that Australia Day long weekend was fantastic. It helped get us that momentum. It helped get us visitation. It came down, it was a successful event in my mind there. We talk about the cost of the value of this spend around the place. You buy an advert in the Advertiser or in Qantas magazine, and it's going to cost you this much straight up to promote your area, your region. This is that 100 times over, 100-fold, as far as the exposure that it does put out there. I know that doesn't put money in the tills of people in our towns, just exposure overseas, not on the day, but it does bring people, highlights Victor Harbour, and it does bring people to our region. I absolutely agree that we need to invest in this as far as effort to create something new. Prior to this year, if I'd had a bit more time, I was going to put up a bit of an idea about marketing. I do know a little bit about marketing, public relations, and how to get attention on our town. And that was to make us a Lycra-friendly town for the day. We love Lycra. Peter, you said it before, all the people in Lycra. The thing is, you need to create an event and a space that people are going to feel comfortable and want to be in and hang around and enjoy, and that is going to carry on into the future. Put a kids pump track on Warland Reserve. Have the start and finish there. Create Lycra lounges in our cafes where people can come in and enjoy themselves and they're welcome into our town. All these things. Think of ideas that are going to appeal to people, that are going to keep them around.
Sorry, Councillor Littley, I do need to remind you that in closing a debate, you can't introduce any new ideas.
Oh, but this isn't introducing new ideas. This is talking about what something looks like. You said about what sort of festival we should have a festival. Absolutely, create it that way. So, in closing, so shift our thinking. There is a shift in this event. There's a shift of thinking at a state level in this event, and you can see it. And I know that that's happening. So we need to shift with it as well. I don't agree with the idea of every second year. If we don't get it this year, absolutely, we go again. But we need to keep that momentum, I feel.
Great debate. I'll put that recommendation 2 to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you very much. And recommendation 3, that council provide a commitment of $42,000 in the 2021 financial year to support the delivery of the event. Councillor Littley moving that way and Councillor Henderson seconding that. Do you want to speak to that, Councillor Littley? Councillor Henderson, anybody want to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? Thank you. Oh, nearly, Tim, nearly. That motion is carried. Thank you. We're up to 11.2. Thank you. 11.2, which is the Planning and Design Code Consultation Phase 3 submission. This is quite a long recommendation, but I think each point is quite important, so we'll need to take it one by one. The first one is that we receive a note, the Design Code Consultation Phase 3 submission report. Councillor Schofield and Councillor Charles, either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to receiving the report? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second recommendation is that the council recommend that the Planning and Design Code not be introduced until those 3 dot points have been satisfied. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson? And seconded by Councillor Robertson. Either of you like to speak to that? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor. This is good that it doesn't have a time limit on it, because I think the government's already discovering that maybe the Deputy doesn't really have the capacity to run the computer system, and that they may have to let the July 1 deadline pass on. But I think these are three very good reasons to make sure that the design code doesn't be introduced until these criteria have been met. And even the dot point 2, I would think that wouldn't harm to have it mentioned in there that not only is the e-planning system fully operational, in other words, that it's been commissioned and passed satisfactory, but also, and free of errors, but it also that staff have been trained in its use. So I think this is a good recommendation.
Are you wanting to vary that second dot point for and staff trained in its use?
Oh yes, I would. This is where the rubber hits the road on these kind of massive.
Are you happy for that, Councillor Henderson? Yes. Yep. Can you add that, Karina?
That's
And
council staff.
Yep, and council staff trained in its use. Does anybody else want to speak to that? No, if no one wants to speak to it, Councillor Henderson, do you want to close debate and say anything? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously, thank you. Recommendation 3, Council endorse the document provided under separate cover titled City of Victor Harbor Draft Planning Design Code Phase 3 submission, and include the issues raised within the community section of the report in response to the consultation of the design code, and emphasise that identifying issues raised is not exhaustive. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, thank you. And seconded that? Councillor Henderson, thank you. Either of you want to speak to it? Anyone want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor, I have a question. What was meant by this very last phrase in there, that the issues raised is not exhaustive?
Yeah, through the mayor, and I just hark back to the workshop that elected members had about this, where that was explained somewhat, and I don't think you were here, Councillor Robertson, but the intent there is that this the planning and design code is significant. It's 5 volumes of code that sort of sit about that high from a development code that sits about that high. So it's been an enormous impost on staff resource to try to draw all of this together, albeit that we've had some support from others that are going through this process, which is every other council in the state, in fact. But there are elements that we can't test until the portal's live, and there's various zoning provisions. So there will continue to be things that come up. The other challenge we have is sometimes there are slight changes that occur to the code that then are presented back to us for comment. So that's essentially what we mean by it's not exhaustive. It hasn't uncovered every single thing that may be wrong or right with this particular body of work.
We get that, but this is that identifying the issues raised. These are issues being raised from the user point of view, from the council point of view.
And practitioner point of view, yeah.
Any further questions or any other debate on that? Councillor Hales, did you want to close debate? No. All those in favour? One against? That's carried unanimously, thank you. Recommendation 4, that Council grant delegation to the Director of Community Development to work further with the State Planning Commission and Department of Planning, Transport and Infrastructure to further expand on the attached document to this report provided under separate cover, titled Victor Harbor Draft Planning and Design Code Phase 3 Submission, and the issues raised within the commentary section of the report where appropriate. Do I have someone to move that way? Councillor Kemp, thank you, and Councillor Schofield. Either of you like to speak to that? Anyone like to speak to it? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, just a question to Director Padhouse again. Is this recommendation moot in the sense that, do you really think that the Planning Commission wants to work with you? Not necessarily you personally, but
Question, Councillor Roberts. Through the Mayor, I'd say no more so or less so than it has to date.
Thank you, Graham. Thank you. Any further debate on recommendation 4? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. And then recommendation 5, that council recommend the following as it relates to the Planning and Design Code and the Victor Harbour Residential Development Plan Amendment Statement of Intent lodged with the Minister on May the 31st, 2019, and I'll take those 2 dot points as read. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales, and seconded by Councillor Henderson. You want to speak to that, Councillor Hales? Councillor Henderson? Anyone you'd like to speak to that? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We now move to the Council Assessment Panel membership. And the first recommendation is that Council receive and note the report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield. And seconded by Councillor Charles. Either of you want to speak to the report? Anyone want to speak to it? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second one is that subject to their acceptance, Council reappoint the following Council Assessment Panel independent members for a term that aligns with the implementation of the Planning and Design Code or a 2-year period, whichever occurs first. Mr. Don Donaldson, who's the presiding member, Ms. Judith Urquhart and Mr. Phil Smith. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Charles and Councillor Schofield seconding that. Either of you like to speak to that?
Just to say that we're very fortunate to have those 3 members. They're really, really professional and very, very experienced. And I won't pick anyone out in particular, but we're very well off to have those people keeping an eye on what goes on down here.
Thank you. Does anybody want to speak to that? Put that to the vote. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The council, third one is that council establish a selection panel comprising of 2 elected members, Director of Community and Development and the Assessment Manager, in order to fill the council assessment panel vacancy for a term that aligns with the implementation of the Planning and Design Code or a 2-year period, whatever occurs first, and the Chief Executive Officer be authorised to appoint the new independent member based on recommendations from the applicant review panel. Are there any elected members? If there's more than 2 that that nominate for this, then I will hand over to the CEO for a vote on the matter. Do we have anybody who would like to be on that that council assessment panel? Councillor Kemp, Councillor Schofield, anybody else? Councillor Charles, you're on it at the moment. Are you looking at No, you're not on it? Oh, you remain. Oh, to select, I beg your pardon, to select the independent. Yep. No, I'm with you now. I'm glad that Corey's bringing me up to date. Does anybody else want to sit on that panel to select the independent? No, if not, I move that Councillor Kemp and Councillor Schofield. I'm looking for a mover to endorse it. Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. And seconded by Councillor Charles. Either of you want to speak to that? So I'll put that to the floor. Councillor Kemp and Councillor Schofield be the elected members. All those in favour? Anyone against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. We're now up to item 13.1, the Community Lease Property Charter. First recommendation is that council receive and note the Property Charter report. Unless somebody wants to move both recommendations en bloc. So the first recommendation, someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Hales. And seconding that, thank you, Councillor Robertson. Either of you want to speak to receiving and noting the report? All those in favour? All those against? That's carried, thank you. The second recommendation, that council endorses the Community Lease Property Charter as presented with the report. Council increase its current operating budget line to the amount of $5,000 for the audit of building fire safety systems and properties leased to sporting community groups. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield. And was that you, Councillor Mann, had your hand up? Oh, sorry, David, sorry, or Councillor Kemp? Schofield and Kemp, either of you want to speak to that? No? Does anybody want to speak? Councillor Kemp, you'd like to?
Yes, thanks, Mayor Jenkins. One of the things I would like to change in the charter itself, and it's to do with terminology. And when you talk terminology and things like fire safety, you know, we don't have targets. The terminology through the standards and the acts and all that is requirements. I did raise this at the workshop, but it hasn't been looked at. I think we go to look professional and put out this type of charter, which is going to be looked at by various groups and people. I think we need to stick with the right terminology. So I would like to recommend that we remove the word from building fire safety targets to building fire safety requirements. That's what the terminology is used in the industry. That's the only one. And the only thing I have issues with is the $5,000 extra for the extra budget, because I think that the building fire safety committee, where a staff member sits on there, is paid anyway. So why are we now increasing a budget to provide another $5,000 for a staff that's already been paid to do this job anyway? So I don't understand why the $5,000 is there for. Is it for wages? Is it for administration? Is it paying sitting fees for other members to do extra work?
Yeah, perhaps Director Sanford can answer that.
Yeah, through you, the Mayor. Just looking at the budget figures, there's 45,000 in the budget, and that budget's been already allocated. From this coming forward, to implement the charter requirements is probably from the audit perspective. I think it's a modest amount to achieve when the charter is endorsed to action.
Thank you, Director Sanford. And I'll just ask the CEO, are you happy to be able to change that wording? Are you happy for that variation, Councillor Schofield?
My apologies, that's the changing of one word from targets to requirements, that's acceptable.
Any further discussion? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. This charter is a great thing. I think it's going to make a big difference over the long term. And my understanding of one of the differences was that our costs of inspecting and keeping up to date the assets in the long term will decrease. So I'm kind of puzzled as to why we're starting off by having an increase in the amounts required in the budget, because my understanding was that one of the benefits out of this was that our long-term costs would decrease.
Through the Mayor, if I may, actually our costs will increase initially because we will be auditing all of our properties and ensuring that we are meeting all the fire safety standards of those properties. So won't be decreasing initially, they'll be increasing. The audit is just to identify where those fire safety standards aren't met, and then we would then look to make budget provisions for making those improvements when they come to light. So, and then longer term, yes, it is for the safety of those buildings and the use of the public in those buildings, but it's won't be seeing a decrease initially.
That's good, but there is the expectation that I accept initially there's probably some catch-up work to do, but I would hope that in future budget years that the amount of the cost of doing this will actually stabilise in or even decline.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Councillor Glasbrook?
I've got 2 points to make. Firstly, I've made already quite often, and elected members have to listen to it again. I will oppose this or not support this. I'm just concerned that this is going to blow out of all proportion and place unnecessary pressure on our clubs. You know, I understand about fire safety. Surely we just go and inspect our buildings for fire safety without having to have another policy and procedure in place, and which could potentially impose all sorts of things on our clubs into the future. As I say, the clubs that I know of are happy with the way that it's going. They get their properties for virtually nothing. They're happy to maintain them for that reason. So I'm concerned that this is just another level of governance that could go pear-shaped, in my opinion. The second thing that I'd like to mention, and I wish I hadn't have thought of this earlier, but in the agenda here, it's got information and liaison with clubs, and it says there that liaison with the community clubs will occur before commencing any inspections or audit of the 20 or so community leased buildings. Clubs will be made aware of council's long-term interest towards ensuring the facilities are maintained in the clubs and the community's best interest. I wonder whether we should go out to our clubs before we endorse this policy and say, hey clubs, this is our policy that we're looking at putting in place, what do you think? And get their feedback. They might say, yeah, that's fantastic, that's great, we've been wanting that for years. Or they might say exactly what I've been saying, no, I don't think that this is good, we just want to be left alone. You know, sure, come and inspect our fire safety or whatever, but anyway, it was just something from reading the agenda there. I thought, why go out to our clubs after we've endorsed the policy? We should go out to our clubs before we've endorsed the policy and get their feedback. So that's just 2 things I was thinking.
Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. Any further discussion? Schofield, do you want to close the debate?
One of the things that we're doing by introducing this policy is a risk management and a duty of care to the people that actually lease and rent our premises. And sometimes small clubs, these sorts of things can slip through the gap. And that's where we come in to ensure that we're looking after our assets and also theirs.
Schofield, I've put the motion to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Now move to item 13.2, the draft Bridge Terrace Master Plan. And recommendation 1 is that council receive and note the report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield, thank you. And to second that? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Anyone want to make any comments about the report? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. The second recommendation is that council undertake community consultation on the Bridge Terrace Master Plan, concepts options 1 and 2, in accordance with the council's consultation policy, and to include targeted consultation with the Bridge Terrace residents, with the Sea Rescue Squadron, Victor Harbour Yacht Club, and seek comment and input from the Disability Access Advisory Committee. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Henderson, and seconded by Councillor Littley. Either of you want to speak to that?
I just want to talk about the wording here with the targeted consultation with Bridge Terrace residents, Sea Rescue Squadron, Victor Harbour Yacht Club, and also seeking input from the Disability Access Advisory Committee. With that consultation, there are a number of user groups there that I feel that with targeted, we're actually using the word targeted is where perhaps setting this up for a result that we might, I think we're being a little bit too narrow-minded on who we're targeting. I think we should be broader in our, at least putting this out there for consultation. I understand that anyone in the community can have input in there, but when you're setting it up that this is a targeted approach, I think you're setting it up for a result that you might not otherwise get if it's treated a bit more broadly. We have school groups and camp groups use that area as well. I know I use the area quite a bit, and I see regular people down there who aren't residents, who aren't members of the Sea Rescue Squadron or the Victor Harbour Yacht Club, and they're using that all the time. I'm just concerned that we might be getting a false result with community consultation, or getting a weighted result with community consultation if we go out with that kind of wording. If anyone can add to that if we can tone that targeted type thing, targeted down at all, and just say we go out with consultation, including these people. But my thoughts, I'm supportive of the community consultation, obviously, but I just think that we're being a bit narrow-minded there.
Through the Mayor, in response to your question, because I believe that's what you were asking, Councillor Lilly, as the seconder of the motion, the mover and the seconder can vary it. Obviously, we are required to go out for community consultation with this type of project. I think the wording specifically targeted was referenced in those groups because those groups expressed a direct interest in the matter when council initially was looking at those works. So it was ensuring that those parties were key in the consultation. There's nothing to say that you can't remove them, and just say that we do our broad community consultation, which we need to do on any matter that's affecting within our city.
Well, I'd like to ask that we do remove them and keep it plain and simple. We go out for community consultation. It's absolutely right. The Bridge Terrace residents and Sea Rescue Squadron have a vested interest in it. They know that this is happening. They know that the consultation is there, and they know that they can speak to that, and I'm quite sure they will. And that's wonderful for them to be able to have that. So
you want the word targeted removed? So just...
No, I'll take out the user groups, all of them, and say community consultation, and then it's straightforward and they can choose. They're represented. That's the way I'd like to do it.
Okay. I'll ask Councillor Henderson, who moved it. You're happy with Tate was just to stop it in accordance with Council's consultation policy, full stop, and take out the rest? You're happy with that, Councillor Littley? did you want to include input from the Disability Access Advisory Committee? Do you want that out as well?
Sorry, we have two council representatives sitting right here. We're aware that we'll have input on that. So
Yep, no, that's right. I'm just clarifying it so that everybody's really clear about what they're voting on. Okay. So the recommendation now reads, with the variation, that council undertake community consultation on the Bridge Terrace Master Plan concepts option 1 and 2 in accordance with council's consultation policy. You both happy with that? Any further debate on that? Councillor Hales?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I couldn't agree more with the alterations made to the recommendation in regards to removing the use groups that were listed, because I think it did miss a couple of key groups that are active down there, one of which Councillor Littley foreshadowed in Beyond Limits, the camp provider that runs out of Adair. They probably have kids down in that area 30 to 40 weeks of the year. And so therefore would be fairly dramatically impacted by any changes down there. Another one is Victor Harbour Coast Care, who have established and managed the plantings down at Bridge Point there in the garden, specific June-related plantings as a display garden for our community. So I think that they should also be involved in this process. But yes, as it stands, I fully support the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Hales. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Charles?
I know there's a risk of leaving some groups out by mentioning these groups that are here. But by the same token, going to be relying, or some people will be relying on the spread of the word to, let's say, remote owners of people on the Bridge Terrace. Are going to have to get the smoke signals up and tell one another that it's on, because it could be easily missed. So I do agree that we perhaps don't specifically target these groups, but just like in the Category 3 development, it's just as important to let the neighbours know what's going on, you know, so that they can have a say in it. So although it's a full community issue, it's certainly very, very important for the Sea Rescue Squadron, all the people who are using the area, and the residents of Bridge Terrace. So it's just a word, targeted consultation, which I think is a practical thing to do. I want to vote for this, but I'm not happy that everybody's going to be involved and aware of what's going on. So how can we get around that? How was it going to be? All right, then the question is, how were we going to target these groups? Are we going to do a letter drop? Was there? Can we please have that explained?
Through the Mayor, we would have sent out letters to each resident along Bridge Terrace and the Yacht Club secretary, as well as the Sea Rescue Squadron. Opportunity to catch up with staff to go through the concept design options at a time that was convenient for those groups.
See, I agree with Coast Care being involved and all the things that Councillor Littley said. And in fact, it's important that Coast Care and all these people, well, not all these people, but most of these people become aware of the next item, which is running that bike track even further along on the, about it, but you know, there's no mention of it there for that section. This section seems to be divine.
Can I just clarify with Glenn, when we're normally doing some construction on a road or doing something specific, would it be normal for those residents that are going to be impacted by that development to get letters or to be included in consultation specifically? So we could still target the Bridge Terrace residents, do a letter drop, because that's the normal process.
Through the Mayor, probably an example I could use is the Adelaide Road Corridor project that we're currently doing, where it went out to the wider community for feedback on the concept designs, but we have been continuing to liaise with the business holders on the eastern and the aged care facilities on the western side. So that hasn't stopped. That's still continuing with works when we progress. So it's just an update, and the feedback that I'm receiving, it's been a very positive outcome from that approach.
Councillor Littley?
I have a question. I understand that the letter drops would still be going out to these people anyway. Would that be right? They've been in touch with us through the process and raised concerns. So they were still going to be communicated to, these user groups, the Bridge Terrace residents, the Sea Rescue Squadron. That's part of our consultation policy, that we update them with information as we go through. So it's not that they're going to miss out.
Sorry, your question, Councillor Littley?
Is that correct? That they're still going to be, they would still receive the updates as per our community consultation policy, because they've expressed an interest?
Through the Mayor, not all of them have probably expressed an interest. I don't recall contact from the Sea Rescue or Yacht Club, but the Bridge Terrace residents definitely have. I think it was just naming them as a recommendation to council, just to ensure it was clear of who we were going to engage with. So by taking them out, my interpretation would be we would just advertise through public notification, maybe emails on our website to the wider community to make comment, provide feedback without targeted those ones that are named in the recommendation.
Can I please add to that? Because I am also aware that we would be corresponding with those residents who have already made deputations to council in regards to this matter. So we have an awareness of particular members who have an interest in a matter. Our normal process through our communications officer is that they would make some direct contact with them, advising them that we are currently in the process of community consultation. We bring it to their attention. It may just be a simple letter and email or directing them to the link, but yes, we would.
Any further discussion on that item? Councillor Henderson, do you want to close the debate at all? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. And the last one is that the feedback from the consultation on the concept options be presented in a further report to council. Councillor Henderson, Councillor Schofield and Councillor Robertson, either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously, thank you. We now move to item 13.3, the Encounter Bikeway Realignment, Hindmarsh Road to Investigator Car Park. If you're happy for me to do that on block, I'm happy to move it on block. Councillor Charles, are you happy to do that on block?
I'd like to adjourn this particular item because there is a need, I believe, for the councillors to walk this track, both the current track and then back along the proposed area, to fully understand the area.
So Councillor Charles has called an adjournment motion. Do I have a seconder for that? Councillor Kemp. All those in favour of adjourning the motion? It's not a formal, it's a formal motion, so no. All those in favour of adjourning the motion, can you put your hands up so I know? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. That's carried, thank you. That 13.3 is adjourned. So we now move to item 13.4.
Mayor, I'd like to declare a perceived conflict of interest in this matter, as I'm a member of the Encounter Bay Football Club and heavily involved in the club and this activity. I'll choose to address that by staying in the chamber but not having taken part in debate or voting.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. I'll do the recommendation on block if people are happy for that. You happy with that? No. Councillor Charles, can you tell me, we're just about to vote on something. Would you like? I haven't got a mover or a seconder yet. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the report on the Football, Cricket and Netball Club Committee. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield. Do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Discussion? All those in favour? Carried, thank you. Second recommendation is that council provide a letter to the Encounter Bay Football Club, Netball Club and Cricket Club giving in principle support for their current partnership endeavours and facility upgrades. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Glasbrook. And seconded by Councillor Hales. Either of you like to speak to that?
No, I don't really need to say anything. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. I support them getting together and collaborating. I think it's great. And, you know, I'm sure they'll come up with some fantastic ideas and be a great result for the community.
Thank you. Councillor Hales, did you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor. I'd be voting against this. I appreciate the intention of the three clubs getting together. This is great. This is what a lesson learnt out of the Victor Harbor Oval development was the need for the clubs to be working together. The other lesson learnt out of the Victor Harbor Oval development was that you have to have everyone on board. And I note in attachment A, page 182, that here we're talking about not just the Encounter Bay Oval, which is shared by the cricket and football clubs. We're talking about the Encounter Bay Sporting Complex. Now, forgive me if I'm wrong about this, but the Encounter Bay Sporting Complex, as far as I know it, includes the hockey club, includes the pony club, includes the Encounter Bay Bowling Club, as well as the cricket, football and netball clubs. And so the idea of these three groups, these three sports getting together to plan and develop the complex so as to satisfy the needs of the community for at least the next 20 years. Formal heads of agreement is being drafted, which will provide, I'm reading from the letter, provide a framework for the three clubs to work together. The membership of this committee is not restricted, but open to any other sporting community group who choose to also utilise the facilities at this complex, and I emphasise the word complex, not the oval. Benefits of working, etc. So, to me, where are we going with this as a council? On the one hand, we have a committee which is looking at the development of the whole of the Encounter Bay, what they call the sporting complex, which is also includes possibly Gillespie's, just Gillespie's. And but here we have a situation where the consultant that's been employed, if you look at their poster about what they're doing, is they're also talking about the needs, etc., of the complex. What are we doing here? Does our left hand know what our right hand's doing? Are we going to send a letter of support to a group of three sporting clubs in the Encounter Bay complex saying, good idea guys, go ahead, you know, plan and develop the whole sporting complex for the next 20 years. And oh, by the way, if the hockey club, the pony club or the bowling club want to get involved, well, you have to figure out a way to get them involved, but, you know, when they want to. In the meantime, march ahead. So the underlying issue, what's being proposed here, I'm all for it. But I'm not for getting ourselves into the same quagmire that we got ourselves into with the Victor Harbour Oval or sporting complex area by not including initially. Our support went basically to the Roos Club and to the football club. We didn't initially do enough to make sure that the other clubs were brought into the fold. And here we are again, going out to congratulate these 3 clubs on them putting forward a proposal to plan and develop the complex for the next 20 years. I'm saying, guys, you know, what are we smoking here? If this includes the pony club, the hockey club, and the bowling club, go for it. But then I'd like to know how it's going to fit in with council spending millions on the facilities also for the Gillespies, which is a contiguous piece of land. There is the land that runs from Gillespies through to the Encounter Bay Sporting Complex as such. There's a thin strip of land that runs between the Victor Harbour Golf Club and the Ring Road. So to me, it's what are we doing here with this?
I might ask our CEO to respond to some of the queries that you've raised. Councillor Robertson.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Yes, Councillor Robertson, you've actually raised a number of different questions, but I guess there is a little bit of difference between the complex, the sporting complex that we're referring to, Victor Harbour Oval, where all those groups were involved in the grant application. That was why they got the sort of funding they did, because they collectively worked together. It was afterwards in terms of that precinct management, because all the users, because there is a difference between leases and licenses that we have over the use of that oval and the shared use of that oval. The difference with the Encounter Bay Sporting Complex is there are separate leases for the horse club, the hockey club, and those that share the oval, which is the cricket club and the football club. And I believe the separate leases again for the bowling club and the netball area. The council did a significant amount of work with those clubs around trying to come together about changes to that whole complex, and that was with funding support through the school as well as some of those clubs. And it would probably pay you to go back or spend some time with previous members of this council around the work that was undertaken in that, and a number of the clubs did not want to partake in that group, in that joint project. They have memorial grounds, they wanted to stay within those grounds, they weren't prepared to work collectively about some of those changes. And the council back in 2018, when I first started here, went back and revisited a number of those to reconfirm with those clubs that they were standing firm in regards to the consultation, that they wanted to stay where they were. They didn't want to make those changes. They didn't want to collectively work together. And that's why the council moved on to look at the Gillespie land with those clubs that weren't all part of the Encounter Bay Sporting Complex, that we're still looking at new facilities who outgrown their facilities or outgrowing their facilities, like Little Athletics, like the basketball, and I think there are another number of others that have come on board. The Treadwell study, the feasibility study, is a piece of work that's looking at the feasibility of potential for that site. It's not a concept plan at this stage, and it's including all clubs just to make sure that it's open to all, that they may reconsider. But on the side, what has occurred is the Encounter Bay Football Club have been successful in a grant from the federal government and some supporting funding from this council about their current club rooms. They've, amongst themselves, have identified the benefits of working with the cricket club and the netball club about sharing those facilities and expanding and broadening those facilities for the use on the oval. It's not that they have excluded the hockey club or the horse riding club. If anything, they have opened up and said if they're interested. But my understanding at this stage, those clubs are very happy where they are within their existing facilities and their existing club rooms on the grounds that they currently lease from council. So I also, I welcomed the opportunity to meet with these clubs, and I think it's fantastic when it actually comes up from the ground and the clubs are prepared to work together. It's much easier for this council to work and provide that support than the other way down when the council's trying to look at making changes to a significant amount of facilities and the clubs aren't party to it because you get resistance. And that is what I believe the council experienced prior to my coming here with those significant changes that they were looking at. So I would encourage you to probably spend some time with some of the council members from the previous council who went through that exercise to get a little bit more background.
Question. So this Encounter-based sporting complex, what does that encompass? Is it just the netball, which is separate from the oval?
Well, that's a term that the writer, the author of this letter has used. And I believe when the council did their project looking at the Encounter-based sporting complex, they incorporated everything. They were looking at from, I think it's Bacharach Road, right the way through to the boundary of all the clubs that were in there, which was a number of different grounds, and also incorporating the Investigator College. So it was looking more broadly. My understanding, this sporting complex is the oval and the users of the oval. And yes, the netball would probably be the one that's a little bit separate to that. And they don't really have sufficient club rooms over there at the moment. They're seeing that they could incorporate their uses and their club rooms within the football club as well as the cricket club, is my understanding. So while I'm not 100% sure, but the author of this letter is looking more at the oval and the users of the oval at this current time.
So if I might ask another question, that when you write back, if this motion gets up, when you write back to the 3 clubs, because the council provide a letter, that'll come under your signature, that you're going to copy it to all the others as well? The bowling club, the hockey club, the pony club, etc.?
I'm very happy to do that because, again, the groups that have already come to meet with me have said they are open to work with whatever clubs want to come on board, and they welcome that. So they haven't, when they met with me, they don't wish to exclude anybody, but they would like to move forward and look at making improvements to their facilities.
Councillor Kemp, you wanted to speak?
Yes, and thanks very much, CEO and Councillor Robertson. And because that's something I was going to talk about on the context of we've got to maintain consistency. Now, to me, the Victor Harbor issue was raised because of certain groups felt they were excluded once certain projects were built and went ahead. And we formed a working party to go back to CASPAC with terms of reference. I think council, to maintain consistency with sporting groups throughout, we should set up another working group to look at the whole Encounter Bay precinct, invite people to come on board as a working group with council administration support. Now, if people don't want to attend, that's their choice, but it's really about looking at the whole complex, not just the actual thing. And we're not talking about redesigning it and redoing it before. It's about really how those people work together. Same as the Victor Harbor precinct, I think the Encounter Bay should have the same setup in that respect. So as this motion stands, it doesn't support that. So either if this gets up or down, whether I'll move an alternative motion that we form a working group similar under CASPAC with terms of reference similar to Victor Harbor Oval Complex to ensure that all parties are invited and all parties at least have an opportunity and they're included. Whether they choose to be involved or not, I guess that's up to each club. But there's the Bowls Club, there's all sorts of things over there. I think we need to be consistent in managing this process as a whole. And then you may have the Gillespie Land Working Group, depending on what goes over there, if that ever gets up too.
Councillor Kemp. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I understand where some of this questioning and maybe confusion is coming from, and I guess if not necessarily privy to the past discussions and the history of the matter, then some of it doesn't make sense. And I understand the Councillor Robertson looking at the whole complex as a whole, and that history, as the CEO was saying, where council tried to have that active discussion, like Councillor Kemp saying about the creation of that working party, council tried to come into that space and let's look at the full area. Let's try and get the sporting clubs on board to make a complex for the entire organisation, Encana Bay Sporting Grounds. Through a very long process and lots of consultation and design work, in the end, the groups weren't able to come together to form that central vision with council's assistance, and that's fine. That's just what happens with clubs, and at the end of the day, that's fine. But I guess in moving forward, then council just started looking at the Gillespie land, because there were still stakeholders like athletics and the Basketball Association and other groups, the youth club, major sporting groups in Victor Harbor that wanted that ground. So that's where those consultations are happening with the Gillespie land, and that's maybe you could look at it as a part of the whole Encana Bay precinct, but that's sort of a separate sporting complex in its own right as well. And I understand where the mixture of the whole complex sort of confusion comes from. So in terms of proceeding, you've got the Gillespie land discussions happening underway. But what's happened here with this recommendation put up is you've got 3 Encana Bay clubs who they were a part of the discussions previously. The groups weren't able to come together, but these I commend these groups for still pursuing discussions and still wanting to work together from, as the CEO said, that ground up perspective, not council coming in over the top and making a working party and trying to channel everything, but they want to work together and at least benefit their clubs and benefit the area that they're on. And I commend them for welcoming other groups as well to those discussions. And I think the more that the other clubs can be involved and potentially produce better facilities for the entire or whoever is involved, I think that's commendable. But I think, yeah, looking at them from those 2 separate spheres, it makes a bit more sense. And also looking at the history and not wanting to repeat it, I'm not in favour of council creating a working party similar to, I guess, what's happened. I think that what's happened within Encana Bay and then Victor Harbor are different scenarios and different history. And I think whilst I understand the one size approach to everything and the need for consistency, I don't think that Encana Bay is missing out by what Victor's had and you wanting to put it over there. I don't think that's the problem. I think those discussions have been had, and if these clubs want to come and get more support from council, I think we can give that. But I think we've addressed some of that in the history of the matter, and I think just supporting them and giving us in principle support is a good step forward for council to make in facilitating and supporting these clubs.
Thank you, Councillor Mann. Is there any further discussion? Westbrook, do you want to close the?
I'll just confirm what's already been said, really, to make sure that Councillor Robertson and Councillor Kemp understand that there was a huge proposal put forward for the Encana Bay football area, far bigger than the Roos Club. And definitely the hockey club and the horse riding club were not interested at all in being involved. And even in the end, I think the clubs on the Oval started to fall apart because there was concern about money and bar takings and kitchens and all this sort of stuff. So, you know, been down that track, and this is a good proposal in my opinion. They'll get together and, as I said, they'll come up with some great ideas, and the area will move forward. That's what we want to see.
Put that motion to the floor now. All those in favour? Those against? It is just after 8 o'clock. We've been going since 5:30, so we might have a break. And I will see you all back here at 20 past 8 on the dot, please. 1 minute to go. They're not here to do. They're coming. Braden and Nicholas. Okay, it is 20 past. We're up to item 13.5, road and place naming policy. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the road and public place naming policy report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you, and Councillor Charles, seconding that. Would either of you like to speak to it? No. Would anybody like to speak to it? No. All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you. The second recommendation is that council adopt and amend the road and public place naming policy for implementation as provided to council under separate cover, and noting that the Chief Executive Officer has delegation to process road and public place naming requests, including making a final decision in accordance with the policy framework set by council. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield and Councillor Charles. Either of you like to speak to that? Councillor Schofield? No. Councillor Charles? No. Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. 13.6. Franklin Parade pedestrian improvement concept options for public consultation. I'm happy to do that recommendation en bloc. You happy for that, Councillor Kemp? Councillor, right, in that case, the recommendation is that council receive and note the report. Someone like to move that way, that you're receiving and noting the report? Councillor Glasbrook and Councillor Charles. Either of you want to speak to receiving and noting the report? Anyone want to speak to receiving and noting the report? Councillor Kemp? No? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Recommendation 2, that council proceed with public consultation on the concept options for Franklin Parade pedestrian improvements, and that a further report be presented to council for consideration of any submission received prior to proceeding to a detailed design. Councillor Schofield moving that way, and Councillor Henderson seconding that. Do either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Schofield?
Sorry, just briefly, yes, look, I think this is really good for the amount of people that are in that particular area, and in particular children. It is the main entrance from the beach.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. Councillor Henderson?
Yes, I just want to add, I think there are some good ideas here. It'll be interesting to see what comes back from community consultation. I have some ideas of some compromises from those two suggestions, but it'll be interesting to see what our community thinks.
Thank you, Councillor Henderson. Councillor Charles?
Yeah, this area hasn't changed very much over the years, apart from the indent parking. I can recall it when I first moved to Victor Harbor 32 years ago, and very little has changed, apart from the removal of a lovely old home on the corner, lovely old cottage of Ridgeway Street and Franklin Parade, which would have been great as another restaurant or cafeteria. Anyway, it's gone. I imagine that the key stakeholders will be spoken to, targeted, shall we say. along with a general call for comment from the public. I hope that, I've seen the plans, and I hope there's going to be an improvement to the footpath to accommodate tables and chairs out of the buildings, and it'll encourage the investment of the current businesses and future businesses in improving their facades and what have you, because they're really just making do at present moment. And they're being more and more popular and patronised every year. So they must be doing something right. I also would like to hope that, or recommend that, that the people who are spoken to address the thought of car parking, not just on Franklin Parade, but up Ridgeway Street, Giles Street, all of that. There must be, at times, people parked all over the place there when there is a decent function on. And perhaps we should be giving some consideration to that at the same time. Maybe along Franklin Parade we need more indent parking produced or something in the long run. I don't know what, but we've got 3 successful businesses there, albeit that they don't all, they don't really all operate at the same time of day. One's a day or a late afternoon and a nighttime establishment, and the other 2 are come and go daytime. So we're creating a great little area there, and I'm glad that we're looking at doing something there, because we are, after all, doing things for the people in the CBD, and this is the little CBD of Encounter Bay.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. Does anybody else want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp.
Thanks, Mayor Jenkins. I'm not against the public consultation, but I think the actual options that are going to be provided to the community to have a look at, I don't think they're really good, due to the fact that when you've got to start removing existing bins and anchor posts to be removed, possibly telephone box and all that, when simplicity is you can move the actual access for the crossover to car park bays down, then you won't have to have all those other infrastructure costs of replacement and moving. And I think if we don't give them the right options to look at, we're not going to get the proper feedback back, because I think that the current ones we've got now, where it's located, I think is really in the wrong position to those costs which we have to bear and replace. And I went down there, had a good look around to see exactly where you could put a crossover. From the walkway from the beach, it's only an extra couple of metres to walk to your left, to go down the crossover to car parks down, which would be opposite Parr's Fish Cafe, exactly, just opposite the driveway between Yulke's shop and the fish and chip shop, and that would be a better location to have the crossover. So I think we need to, before we go out to consultation, is get the options right before we send it out. Because if it comes back and we change it, well, I think it would be embarrassing.
Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? Councillor Schofield, do you want to close debate? No. All those in favour? And those against? That's carried, thank you. (13.7) the slowdown signs for council bins. I'll take that recommendation on block. First one, that receive and note the report, and the second one, that council trial and monitor the adhesive stickers as shown in attachment B. Are you happy to take that on block? Councillor Littley? Happy to move it on block? And seconded by Councillor Henderson. You want to speak to it, Councillor Littley?
Yeah, I don't know where I saw one of these, but I slowed down, so they're effective. I have seen they actually do capture your attention. I don't go very fast anyway, but I did see one in the last couple of days somewhere and got my attention. So I don't think anything we can do to improve road safety is a good thing. So,
do you want to speak to it? No. Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Charles?
Slow down in our street. We know it's a street. Do we have to put it there? Slow down in our street. It doesn't say please. It's a direction. most people would take that in an offensive way. I think you could come up with a better way of describing this. Perhaps please slow down or consider our children or whatever, I don't know, but I'm not at all happy with this. You know, you put this on the bin and it's like shouting at people, and I know the result you're going to get and say, well, bugger you.
You can change it if you want to.
Well, I don't think I should have to change it. I just think at this stage we need to do some more brainstorming, because to me that's no good. I mean, God, I know I'm old-fashioned, but yeah.
Thank you.
I don't want to say anything that would get me into trouble. Sorry. These days, what I sometimes say is not acceptable in the new era.
Councillor Robertson, did you have your hand up to say something?
I did, Mayor. Yes, I'm going to vote against this, but if it was changed, Peter's suggestion is very good. If it changed from that language without intent in it, just slow down, for what? It reminds me of driving down the highways when you've got workmen ahead, 40 kilometres an hour, so you slow down. Then you're looking around, where are the ruddy workmen? No workmen to be seen. And then, you know, half a kilometre or a kilometre later, or you can speed up again back to the speed limit. You know, saying, you know, well, what was the purpose of that exercise? Unless this says something like, you know, if there's significant numbers of, does this go out to bins on all the bins in Victor Harbour, right?
I'll ask the CEO to respond to your queries.
So the example we've given you is purely that, an example, because that was what we received from Rekha Sharkey's office. And I believe there's been other iterations used, which is please slow down, consider our kids.
Yep.
The resolution isn't specifying the exact wording of the sticker. It's saying if you like the concept of it, the cost of the sticker, and our communications team would obviously engage with members. We would come up with some different ideas and informally run it through you to make sure members are happy. So the resolution doesn't specify exactly what it's going to say. It's around the intent of placing something on the bins of a significant size that residents can come and buy, purchase, or we give them. We're suggesting we can give them to our residents. If they come in, we let them know that they're available, and those residents who want to have one can come in and grab one and pop it on their bin. In terms of the design and the wording, we will definitely work on that. The intent is around slowing down.
Yeah, because we have, it's very clear to everyone, you come into Victor, unless otherwise marked, it's 50 kilometres an hour. So slowing down from 50 kilometres an hour to 40, I mean, you have to have a reason for that. So that's what my saying, I'm objecting to this, because you've got to take your focus off the road. If you've got a whole lot of bins down a road that's saying, or a street that's saying slow down, you're going to be focusing on all the bins, not on what's on the road, to me. And because it's a demand, as Peter says, Councillor Charles says. So
I think, as the CEO said, this is really making a decision about whether to do it, given the cost of it, to give it a trial, and the communications department will find the best way of doing it and informally put it past us. Councillor Kemp, you wanted to speak?
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'm speaking against this motion for a couple of reasons. One, the cost. I know it's only a trial, but if it's successful, 5,000 residents want some, and we got to give it away, $50,000 off the budget, simple. Or we go charge them $10 if they want a sticker. Some people say may not. I guess, you know, the fact is about, it's bad enough seeing bins out on the roadside anyway, and now you got big stickers all over them. I mean, it's ugly enough as it is to make it even worse. And most of the streets in the residential area is mostly 50 k's an hour, and they're quite narrow in some parts. You can't even have footpaths down them. People drive quite slowly anyway. The major arterial roads are 60 or 80 k's an hour. Yes, maybe some people live on them and have bins. I can't see people slowing down on those roads because they want to stick at the speed limit. So to me, it is a future cost which this council may not want to take on. And really, I'm not quite sure if there's going to be much benefit out of it, because you know, people do drive according to the conditions. As I said, some roads that narrow, if 2 cars are parked opposite each other, you can't get through anyway. So having bins out there all down the road with these stickers on it, I don't think it would look pleasing to the eye.
Thank you. You've spoken, Councillor Charles.
Just a
Have you got a question?
The council aware that there is a chap who keeps his bin out on Crozier Road quite a lot. Remembering these bins are only out one day, generally speaking, so the rest of the time they're not there, but he has just simply 50 on there. And I've noted that and thought, oh yeah, because this used to be 60. And you do check, and that's probably sufficient. And what I was going to say before was, you know,
Sorry, you had
over
a question.
50.
Sorry, Councillor Charles, you said that you had a question because you have spoken.
Yeah, I know, but I just want to throw one in.
I'm not, a
Over
question,
50,
a question
260.
is a
That's
question.
a fine.
Thank you. If there is no further debate, there is. Councillor Littley,
Oh, I'd like to close debate.
would you like to close it? Good.
It's not a road sign. It's not an Australian standard road sign, and you can't put a road sign of Australian standards on a bin. It doesn't meet Australian standards. It's advice. A little bit of passive aggressiveness always goes a long way. And I don't believe that people do drive to conditions. That's why we're having this debate. I have a child, 10-year-old child. She's got fairly good road sense. Some of her schoolmates don't. In built-up area, I don't live in a built-up area, but I'd be happy to put one of these on my bin just to get people to slow down past my property, even if it just keeps the dust down. But this is about educating motorists and just making people aware. I don't think that people drive down looking at the bins. They're looking at the road, and if there's one of these signs on every second or third bin, it'll sink in that you should be slowing down around built-up areas. It's a no-brainer, really. It's something that people can take on and do themselves, and that's what the proposal is. People to take some responsibility in their street and manage their traffic in their street.
Thank you, Councillor Littley. I'll put that to the floor now. All those in favour? And, sorry, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And those against? That's carried. Thank you very much.
Can I call a division?
Certainly. Councillor Littley's called a division. All those in favour? Wait for Karina to catch up. For Councillor Schofield. Councillor Hales. Councillor Mann. Councillor Littley. Councillor against. Councillor Charles. Councillor Robertson. Kemp. Councillor Glasbrook. Motion is carried. We now move to item 14.1, City Activation and Strategic Planning Advisory Committee minutes. The first recommendation is that Council receive and note the minutes of the City Activation and Strategic Planning Advisory Committee meeting of the 4th of February. Councillor Hales moving that way and Councillor Schofield seconding it. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. The second recommendation is that Council endorse the terms of reference for the Native Fauna Conservation Working Group. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Hales and Councillor Henderson seconding that. Either of you want to speak to it? Does anybody want to speak to it? Councillor Robertson.
Yes, Mayor. These are the terms of reference that were previously put up, the ones that, or is this a new set of?
My understanding is that these were the terms of reference were changed from the discussions at the City Activation and Strategic Planning Committee. And so they included community members, different board representatives that had experience in different areas. These terms were presented to the CASPAC committee and adopted by the CASPAC committee.
Yes, but I'm sorry, Mayor, but at that same meeting, it was agreed that there is more work needed to be done on them, and this would be debated at a later time.
Through the Mayor, if I may, the committee, in its recommendation to council, my understanding is you debated a number of things at that committee, and I think you particularly expressed your concerns with those draft terms of reference. And we said you were able to change those draft terms of reference. It was resolved they were only draft and they would be presented to council. So they were endorsed still as the draft at the committee for recommendation to council. And you were advised by myself at the time saying even if it was endorsed by the council, there was no reason why the committee itself couldn't look to amend the terms of reference once it was formed. And that was what generally was discussed and agreed upon. So you didn't make any changes to the terms of reference at that meeting. The motion went through as a recommendation to council, which is where it is right now. And you as a council can either choose to amend them or adopt them. But as I expressed to you at the time and also at a meeting subsequently, I said to you that there was no reason why the committee itself, once formed, can't amend the terms of reference and report it back through to council with your following changes. Because I think there was a fair bit of discussion at the time as to what the purpose of the committee was, or the working party, sorry, reference group, what the intent was, what its capabilities were, and what you actually wanted it to do, because it wasn't clear at the time.
Yes, through the Mayor, that's all true, but my understanding was that it wasn't something that the committee itself would be amending its terms of reference. It gets its terms of reference from the council. And so if that indeed is the intent, that the committee is formed and then it can start to make significant changes to its terms of reference, well and good. But if that's not the case, then that's not what the message that I got, because some of the objections I had, at least to the terms of reference, included that even the composition of the committee. So it's highly unlikely that if the structure of this group is set up the way it's proposed here, then it's got loads of council staff, it's got people from NRM and everything else in it, and that it's not really a community committee, and so chances of it being able to amend its terms of reference. As I walked away from that, all you have said is absolutely correct, except I walked away from that discussion and didn't raise any further objections to it, because my understanding was that we as a council, either at the City Activation Committee or at the council level, would be putting to the council terms of reference that was thoroughly discussed.
And in response to that, at the moment, you have a motion on the floor. If you are not happy with that motion to adopt the terms of reference, then you need to articulate what those actual changes that you're looking for and get concurrence from the chamber. So you can, and the terms of reference specify quite clearly at number 18, council may amend the terms of reference by resolution. So at the time of the discussion at the CASPAC meeting, exactly what you said, all the elements that were drawn upon to create this draft terms of reference were items that you, Councillor Robertson, had highlighted that you thought should be incorporated. The administration did what they could in terms of drawing upon that and presented a draft, seeking input and feedback. So you can either do that right now, you can adjourn the debate on this and seek an opportunity to further workshop it, but you have that opportunity now. But you also have the ability, if you form the committee, to articulate what you want the committee to do. Again, I don't believe that was clear during CASPAC, and I don't believe it's clear now.
Councillor Kemp.
Question, Mayor Jenkins. If these are draft terms of reference, then why aren't they presented as draft terms? Because recommendations, terms of reference. So should we be looking
They've got
at...
draft written all over them.
Yeah, but the recommendation should read exactly what the document represents, because we could be looking at the council endorses the draft terms of reference of the Native Conservation Working Group and refer it to the group for review.
Well, I would assume that once the motion is moved and seconded, and that's the way we've written the motion, that you're actually adopting the terms of reference as they appear. They currently appear as a draft, as a recommendation, but once you as a member move it, that's what you're actually moving. They're no longer a draft, that's what you're wanting to move.
Is there any further discussion on that item? Councillor Hales, do you want to close the debate? Are you, it seems to me that, are you happy with this, Andrew, Councillor Robertson? Do you understand what the recommendation is?
Oh, yeah, I understand, Mayor Jenkins, exactly what the recommendation is. It's just that my understanding of the debate at the CASPAC presentation was that, yeah, there were some concerns in there about the way this was formulated, a clear difference between what I had originally moved the motion to do and what eventually came out the back end of what was presented to the CASPAC, and was quite surprised at that. There had been no consultation, absolutely zero consultation with me as the person that moved that, and it was put together by the council staff. So people recognised that, and then it was said.
Sorry,
okay.
Councillor Robertson, CASPAC discussed that, and you've had quite a lot of consultation from what I know.
I had zero.
Councillor Robertson, did you not speak to Graham Pathouse in regards to this draft terms of reference? Because I believe you did in the discussions I had with Graham. Obviously on your travels into Adelaide when you were going to a number of different meetings together, I believe they were spoken about. My bigger concern is this is a committee of this council, or an advisory group of this council, not of Councillor Robertson. So unless the whole chamber is in concurrence about what you want this group to do, I have concerns of why it's being formed, because I don't need to have additional administrative constraints or implications upon me of a committee that this chamber is not 100% sure what you're creating it for. So my recommendation would be that someone look to adjourn the debate and that you further workshop these terms of reference until the whole chamber is happy with them. The whole chamber, because it's a group of this council that you're forming.
I move in adjournment. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that adjournment? Adjourn the debate on this matter. Councillor Schofield, thank you. All those in favour of adjourning debate in this matter for further workshop? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Okay, move on to the next item, which is 14.2. CEO Performance Review Committee minutes. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the minutes. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson. seconded by Councillor Glasbrook. Either of you want to say anything about that? No? Any discussion from the floor? If not, all those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Recommendation 2. Council endorse the process to be undertaken to complete the CEO performance review in accordance with clause 13 and schedule 6 of the CEO employment agreement. And I'll take those dot points as read. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Kemp and Councillor Henderson. Seconding that. Either of you want to speak to it? Councillor Kemp.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things from the committee, on the CEO's Performance Review Committee, spoke about getting an external consultant in to help with the survey, because I think we need to get good, solid feedback for the CEO on the KPIs. And I think that engaging a HR consultant and spending that little bit of money to get a good round feedback to the CEO and for the council as a whole to how we move forward in the future.
Kemp. Does anybody else want to speak to the motion? If not, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Recommendation 3, Council receive and note the report regarding progress against achievement of key performance indicators and training. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Littley and Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to that? Anyone want to speak to that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. And recommendation 4, that Council receive and note the credit card expenditure report. Moved by Councillor Schofield. Seconded by Councillor Glasbrook. Either of you want to speak to that? Anybody want to speak to that? Or Councillor Charles?
I haven't seen the report, but I assume it's all okay. It's not here.
It's the CEO Performance Review Committee.
Yeah, of course, and I trust them explicitly. Things have improved since years gone by.
Thank you. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. 14.3, the Fleurieu Regional Services Advisory Committee. The recommendation is to receive and note the minutes of the meeting on the 14th of January. Councillor Schofield and Councillor Henderson. Either of you want to speak to it? Councillor Schofield?
Yes, I'd like to. There's one addition within the attendees. I'm not named. If you look through the agenda, I'm through there quite a lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. We'll get those amendments made. Anybody else want to speak to it? All those in favour? Carried. Thank you. (14.4) The Disability Access and Inclusion Advisory Committee minutes of the 12th of December. I'll do those recommendations on block. Council receive and note the minutes, and the second recommendation is that administration review the outdoor dining and street traders permit policy for consistency with the Disability Discrimination Act. Councillor Henderson moving that way and Councillor Littley seconding that. Either of you want to speak to it? Councillor Littley?
I'm a little bit likewise with Councillor Schofield. I was an apology for this meeting and that's not recognised in the minutes. So,
thank you. We'll get those changed. Does anybody else want to speak to it? Councillor Charles?
The beach access mats for people in wheelchairs. Have we ever purchased any? Do we have any as yet?
Is that in the minutes of the recommendation, Councillor Charles?
Yeah, it's in there. There's conversation about it, but it's a fair question anyway. We've been talking about this
Councillor Henderson.
for years.
In fact, through the chair, Councillor Charles, yes, there is one on the beach on the lakes, on the boulevard, and that's been there quite some time. But the ones that are being looked at into the future are different type. There are problems with the one that's there. Sand collects on top and becomes a bit of a problem. So what is being looked at in the future is quite different to that.
Oh, good. I actually recall that now. That went in a long time ago. But since the beach wheelchairs are not suitable and can be dangerous, I was reading as well. So I thought, well, at least we can have the other to get people down. But that's a good location. Is it well known that, through the Mayor, is it well known that that location is available to people with disabilities and even visitors? Is it?
I can't answer that question. I'm not sure.
Any further debate on those recommendations? Not, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? One against? That's carried, thank you. The Audit Committee minutes, 14.5, is that right? Of the 3rd of February. I'll take those two recommendations together. That council receive and note the minutes from the meeting held Monday the 3rd of February. And the second recommendation is that council extends Ms Claudia Goldsmith's term as an independent member of the Audit Committee. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Charles, thank you. And Councillor Glasbrook, thank you, seconding that. Either of you want to speak to that? Councillor Glasbrook.
I'll just thank Ms Goldsmith for running again. She does a good job, and she has had lots of experience on other audit committees as well, which she brings with her. So it's great to have her with us still.
Any further discussion on those two recommendations? Councillor Kemp.
Just a question to the CEO on page 287, which is 8.2 Strategic Risk Register. It's noted from the Audit Committee that the risk register should align with the new community plan. Just wondering when the CEO is going to do a review of the Strategic Risk Register.
It's very fortuitous. We actually talked about that today at our SMT meeting. So we're trying to align it, obviously, with the consultation that's come back with the aspirations and strategic directions from the community plan, so we can align that. What I've actually asked Director Rokotunski to coordinate is not only a workshop with members, but some awareness and training initially regarding risk management within for elected members. And then following on with that training on the same day is about reviewing those strategic risks. And that would obviously we're looking at about March, I think it was. Yeah, late March, we were looking at holding that.
Any further discussion? Not, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? Sorry, Councillor Charles, did you want to say something? Yep, sorry. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Subsidiaries and representative reports. The first one is the Victor Harbour Horse-Drawn Tram Authority budget review, and the recommendation, which I can take on block, is that council receive and note the budget review report, and that second one is that council endorse the Tram Authority December budget review as provided to attachment A. Would someone like to move that on block? Councillor Schofield. And seconded by Councillor Henderson. Any discussion from the two of you? No? Councillor Kemp?
I'm just a bit disappointed again that we get a budget review with increasing costs in the employees' wages of $30,000, $20,500 for administration costs, another $1,500 or $1,400 in other tram costs, with very little commentary as to why those increases have incurred. There's a little bit there, but it really doesn't explain why they are. But also looked in the Statement of Comprehensive Income, the actual 1920 budget, it's got down for employees' costs as $488,400, where it actually should read $427,600. So this has been approved by the board. So that worries me when board makes mistakes like this and sends it through for approval by this council. That is a problem. And they don't provide enough commentary on the expenses, why they're blowing out.
Thank you, through the Mayor. Just having a quick look at that to see what that amount would be. The table on page 289 shows employee wages of 427,000 and employee, I think that should say on costs, of 68,800, which would be the super and work cover. So the total that's in the statement of comprehensive income is correct. It's a calculation of those two amounts added together.
Karen?
Thank you. If I can add to that through the Mayor, I do believe that from sitting in the meeting of the Horse Tram Authority, I do understand that the reason for the changes in some of the costs were due to it being the early stages of the separation of the authority from council's budget, and a lot of those cost estimations were exactly that, estimations, and it wasn't probably understood. And I think we've probably still got another few months or probably the rest of this financial year to really discover what those differences will be. For example, the insurance costs for the authority were underestimated significantly because that work hadn't actually been done at the time of setting the budget. And likewise, some of the employee costs were probably not completely understood at the time of setting the budget. So I think this year is very much a transition budget for the authority, and I'm of the understanding that next year's budget is likely to be more accurate and probably subsequent years more accurate again.
Councillor Robertson?
Yes, Mayor, just on this budget on page 289, one of the things that's brought to my attention is that I know that this is a business that's in transition from a committee to an authority. That process has been long and drawn out, and I hope that, as has been hinted at by Director Rocca-Kinsey, that that this will be reflected properly fully in the 2021 budget. But here we have an administrative charge here, the corporate support, which is going along at $60,000 a year, continuing on for the remainder of this year, which is, and I understand that recently from Councillor Schofield that payroll has been handed over, so presumably these administrative charges will drop off. But that I understand also that there's a staff person on the staff of the Victor Harbor Council who is a horse tram employee still, and I'm wondering when that person will be migrated to the authority, or whether indeed he or she will get another job description, because that's all part of my understanding of where the Horse-Drawn Tram Authority should be heading. And so also this the other issue of the rent of assets, the administrative charge we have there, 42,000 we're handing over on the one hand to the authority assets to be run by the council, but I'm not quite sure of the logic of why the authority then pays a rent for those assets. Anyway, this is where it is for the remainder of this financial year, I guess.
Do you want to respond to that?
Sure. Through the Mayor, so to try and answer some of those inquiries, Councillor Robertson, so the admin charges that Council is currently charging to the authority, they're probably not likely to go down into the near future. I think probably some of the estimates as to how much governance and administration there is in setting up a Section 42 were probably understated in both council and the authority's budgets. Again, I dare say this is a Section 42 it's a big task to set up, and we're certainly moving closer towards the authority having autonomy, but it's going to be a long journey. Likewise with the assets and the rent, Kelly might be able to top this information up for me. But we're actually working towards putting in place a service level agreement where we determine what assets the authority will manage and which ones council will continue to manage on the authority's behalf. In a nutshell, it'll be the larger assets such as tram tracks, land, those sorts of things that will continue to stay in council's remit, and the authority managing the smaller assets, things like horse accessories, that type of smaller scale asset, where they're best placed to actually manage that for themselves. And as for staffing, we've got currently secondment arrangements in place. At the end of that secondment period, that will need to be settled, but there is a finite date on that secondment for that particular individual you're referring to, but I'm probably not in a position to say more about that at this point.
Thank you. Any Councillor Glasbrook?
Yeah, just some questions again. So I'm correct in saying that the ticket sales are $50,000 above the original budget, and yet it appears that surprisingly that the costs have gone up by $50,000 as well. Is that the case?
These are probably some of the questions that I can't answer for you, but I believe they've tried to present a balanced budget. So they've, they've tried not to expend more than what they've generated additionally in income. I know it's a juggling match for them.
Well, it certainly appears from the figures here that that's what's happened. The other question that I'd like to ask, other reserves, under equity, there's a line there, other reserves. The original budget for 1920 was for roughly about 48,000. And yet the other reserves for the budget review as of the end of the year is 120,390. I was just wondering, that's about a $72,000 increase. I was just wondering what that was.
Yeah, thank you. Through the Mayor. So in terms of the equity increase, there is an amount sitting there under other reserves, which is basically the cash position at the end of the financial year. So depending on how many invoices are paid from creditors and how many in consideration that the authority would receive most of its income at the 30th of June, we're basically showing that there is a cash position that's a positive cash position at the end of the financial year. And just if I can, whilst I've got the microphone, just in terms of those rent on assets, going back to Councillor Robertson's question, basically what's been set there is that council are renting the assets to the authority at the same cost of depreciation. So the authority's paying for their consumption of the asset only. So it's only set at that level just to cover the consumption of the asset and in regards to its useful life. So there's no additional charges there on top of that except to offset council's depreciation.
Another question, Councillor?
Well, it's the same issue. So the equity that I was talking about, so you're saying that they'll have $72,000 cash more at the end of the financial year than they were budgeting for. Is that the short answer to that?
Yes, as an estimate, looking forward to how it will look at the 30th of June.
So would that, or why wouldn't that cash be returned to council as in to reduce the operating money that the council pays?
So it's a cash flow or a cash balance. It doesn't necessarily represent the actual operating result of the authority. They will still need to be paying their invoices after the 30th of June, invoices that may have come in May or June. So there will still be costs that money will actually go towards paying, but it won't have been expended on the 30th of June.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Glassbrook. Does anybody else have anything that they would like to contribute to the debate? Councillor Schofield, do you want to close the debate?
I don't think I have much more to add to that. It is quite a juggling act, and those that were here when the board did their presentation, the same figures and that were presented at that time, and quite a few questions were answered on that night.
Thank you, Councillor Schofield. I'll put those two recommendations to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. 15.2, the Victor Harbour Horse Tram Authority draft operating budget and capital budget bids. I will do these recommendations one by one. The first one is that Council receive and note the Horse Tram Authority draft operating budget and capital budget bid report. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Robertson, and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Either of you want to speak to the report? Anyone want to speak to the report? All those in favour? That's carried. Thank you very much. Unanimously. The second recommendation is that Council approve the Victor Harbour Horse Tram Authority draft 2021 operating budget detailing a council contribution of $415,400 as presented at attachment A to this report. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson. And seconded by Councillor Schofield. Either of you like to speak to that? Anyone like to speak to that? Councillor Kemp.
Yeah, I'm not supporting this recommendation. I still think we as a council through our budget deliberations need to include this in our deliberations and look at this as an entirety, not just approve it now. There are a few issues, and I know there have been some questions already raised about the rent on assets and the corporate support, but I find it quite interesting that, you know, we put this authority in place to run the horse tram for council and for the community, yet we are, you know, charging them rent on assets. I would have thought if we want to support them in kind, we should actually give them that money. In other words, don't bill it back from them. I think we should just in kind give it to them because they are our assets anyway, so why are we charging rent on them? I know it's a depreciation, but I think if we're trying to support an authority to deliver a good product, I think we need to support them a little bit better than we are in that respect without increasing the budget itself. Now, when you look at their budget in the Statement of Comprehensive Income for the end of 30th of June 21, I mean, they've been indicated at the end of this financial year, they'll have increased their revenues by 50,000. So about at the beginning of their budget, they're actually only having 438,000 of revenue. So why don't they have a start point of the same amount as what's the end of this financial year as a start point for their revenue for booking sales? So that way we could, you know, they could actually manage within their current budget quite well without increasing their budget by $50,000. And again, when we do our budget deliberations, we get good commentary about why, you know, there's expenses all going up. Again, there's very little commentary in here to exactly why they want to increase the budget by $50,000. So that's why I'm not supporting. I think we need to have a part of our deliberations of our council budget. This is part of it. I think we need to review that then at the same time.
Thank you, councillor Kemp. Any further discussion? Councillor Glasbrook and then councillor Schofield. Councillor Schofield, you'll be, oh no, you won't. Councillor Glasbrook.
Thank you. Just a question again. I'm just curious as to why, or the figures that you've used for the 19, in the comparison, you've got the 1920 budget, and then you've got 2021 budget on the right-hand side. For the 1920 budget, you've used the original budget figures rather than the December budget review figures. I was just wondering why you did that, because as I was just stated earlier, that there's $50,000 odd worth of increased ticket sales to start with. So I was just wondering why. And you know, you've got in the December, in the 2021, you've got $438,000 worth of ticket sales, whereas you're projecting for this year, you're going to have 468. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to me. I think you might be under budgeting the income.
Look, I'll answer these questions, sorry, through the chair. I'll answer these questions to the best of my ability, remembering that this is not my budget or council's budget for this authority. They have actually set this, so I'll give you the best information I possibly can. I do believe that they used the original budget figure because the December budget review hadn't actually been endorsed. So they must use the original budget figure for the comparison. And I also understand that they've deliberately put forward a conservative budget in terms of income estimates. They're quietly confident that they're going to be able to exceed it, but their reason for being conservative is due to the uncertainty of the causeway, potential deteriorating condition, and potential that they might actually have greater tram closure periods through the construction. There's still an unknown as to what impact the construction noise and presence on the site, the work site, will actually impact their ability to run the horse tram. So for those reasons, I believe they have put forward conservative income estimates for 2021.
To answer your question, councillor Glasbrook. Any further discussion? Councillor Hales, then councillor Charles.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. This will be another question which I'm sure Karen will answer to the best of her ability, at not being her budget, so on and so forth. But my question, I understand the conservative estimates around income in regards to all the uncertainty around the causeway, but they've still increased their wage expenses by a reasonable chunk. I would have thought if there is uncertainty about the length and times of operating, that wage expenses would also contract with the adjoining income, as well as, yeah, if you know you're looking for a slim year, you wouldn't be expecting to add on lots of staff expenses. So if you can answer that.
Thank you. I can see, sorry, through the chair. I can see Kelly's going to want to add to my answer to this, so that would be great. But I believe, yes, they would be able to manage lower casual staff costs. There are some fixed costs in terms of salary, employment arrangements, so that's going to be somewhat limiting. But of course, they would, if they didn't need all the same casual hours. Being horses, there's still a lot of care and maintenance required. You'd still require all the horse husbandry and all of that side of things that wouldn't decrease terribly much regardless of whether we're operating the service. Obviously, tram drivers and that side of things would be less, and so there would be some wage savings. I think they're also recognising that they need to take on some of the governance and administration that council has been supporting them with, and that 60 grand that was allocated in the budget that council charges them is probably a very conservative figure, and that they're going to need to take on some of those administrative responsibilities, and that will be regardless of whether they're operating a full service or a reduced service, because it's those legislative governance, local government act type requirements. Hopefully that answers. Kelly? No?
That answered your question, Councillor Hales, somewhat. And Councillor Charles, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'm just curious, and I suppose other people are too, just how an extra $50,000 in ticket sales was achieved. Where? Yes, I know you're going to answer it for me, but you know, through the Tourist Information Centre, or just how, when there was so much downtime for the tram, how that was achieved. And I have another question after that.
Councillor Schofield, I'm sure you...
Yes. One of the things that we did, we reviewed all of our tickets. The adult price was $10, so we put the adult price up to $15, and no charge for children. And this was based on the records that we had for sales. We've also brought in concession and seniors, and that's made a big difference. We, at this particular stage, for some reason, we've got quite a few more group bookings, and so we're quite pleased. I haven't got the figures that were sent through for the last week, but I believe that was up around $2,000 just in the 1 week. One of the things that we did struggle with was our insurance was underestimated by $20,000, so we've had to include that in the next budget. And also the horse husbandry role, which is training and working with the horses 7 days a week. While that position was actually in our budget, we did find that there was no monetary allowance for it. So that would be one of the reasons why you've got those two outstanding, or the outstanding amount that you're talking about is a $20,000 plus a wage.
You had another question, Councillor Charles?
Yes, and following up, the proposed bids here that we're looking at, the stable at Canton Place and solar power and so on, are these bids
I
or
think
estimates?
you might find that that's in recommendation 3, which we haven't got to
Well,
yet.
while I'm speaking, should I just get it over with?
I'd rather you wait
No,
till
we'll come back to
recommendation
it.
3, otherwise it'll get confused in the argument that we're talking about. So are there any more discussion in relation to recommendation 2? If not, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you very much. Recommendation 3 now. Councillor Charles. The Council consider the Victor Harbour Horse-Drawn Tram Authority 2021 capital budget bids as presented at attachment B to this report as part of Council's 2021 budget deliberations. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Schofield, and seconded. Councillor Henderson. Do either of you want to speak to it?
Thank you. Yes, I will. The budget bids that we've put in there, I was questioned why we didn't have them done in priorities. They are actually, it may not state on the form, but they are in the priorities that we believe are the most important. These are just coming up and asking you to deliberate them. At this particular stage, this isn't asking you to endorse. And again, there's been a considerable amount of thought put into these where we believe we need to bring our business up so that we can start looking at value-adding businesses that will enhance and also bring in a greater profit. Most of our assets are run down, and they certainly need a considerable amount of money to bring them up into the condition that is expected of a highly sought after tourist attraction.
Councillor Glasbrook, and then Councillor Charles, you wanted to talk about
I
this
just
one?
wanted to ask a point of clarification or a question. Is this information confidential? I mean, it was provided under separate cover. I just wasn't sure if we're supposed to be discussing numbers or.
Kelly, Karen?
No, so the reason it was provided to you by email was because of a timing issue with the horse tram board meeting and a whoopsie from me. So it wasn't intentionally provided that way. Yes, I think that these are just budget allocations and some of them have been based upon quotes, is my understanding. So I don't think there's a confidential issue with that. And with your budget papers that you'll receive for Saturday's workshop, there will be some parts of that which will be commercial in confidence. So these actual aspects, no.
Charles?
Yes, my question was just whether these bids, I guess they're rubbery in the sense that they are not exact figures. Were these put together by the previous board? For example, the stables at Canton Place. I was wondering how you got a price on that so quickly. Please.
If you can answer that, Councillor Schofield.
No, they weren't put together quickly. The things that had been debated and spoken about, they're rough estimates. So we've just put them up to try and get a bit of an idea of where we're going to move forward, and also trying to align them with some of our sponsorship and grant opportunities. So that's why they're sitting there. I did notice we might have made a mistake in one of the figures, but it's just purely at this stage. I guess what you would call it is your wish list of how you want to see your business grow and develop. Here's some estimates, and if we get the feel of the council, then we can go ahead and do business plans, etc., for the additional services that we wish to introduce.
Do you want to add to that, Kelly?
Thank you, through the Mayor. So just in terms of what Karen said before about the documentation for the budget workshop number 3 on Saturday, will be included in that documentation some of the quotes that have helped to inform some of these budget bids, and some of the items within the budget bids presented by the authority are also in council's asset management plans, though not essentially at the same value for some of them. So that's why they'll be coming up separately. So you'll get these bids as well as the supporting documentation for the larger items as well in your documentation, hopefully late tomorrow.
Thank you. And I think, Kelly, that links into the recommendation is considering the capital budget bids as part of the budget deliberations. It's not making a decision on the bids tonight, but it's just including them in those deliberations of the budget. You have another question, Councillor Charles, and then Councillor Robertson.
Would like to know, because I believe it was discussed many times, that the award that of course we're on the enterprise bargaining award with current staff, but all new staff would be put on a hospitality award, which would be much cheaper. Is that being followed up by the board?
Karen?
Through the Mayor, I'm of the understanding that the General Manager did follow that up, and unfortunately the most suitable award was in fact the one that they were already operating under, in terms of not being able to find the cost saving that was probably anticipated by the previous committee by changing that wages structure.
Councillor Robertson?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I put around an email to elected members this afternoon about this document we got, the attachment B that we got, which is the bid proposal for the horse-drawn tram for next year, and it's $683,000 in total when you add it up. It's not added up for us, but I added it up. And there's no way that that kind of money is going to be made available in next year's budget. So that sort of thing is aspirational, goes in the appendix to a business plan when we get one. But I think the Horse-Drawn Tram Authority should make sure that when it's putting up bid proposals for the next financial year, that what goes into that bid proposal is reasonable, is practical, is triaged. These are the most important things. These are the must-have things that go into the budget, and not all the should-have and nice-to-have things as well. So I think that in this one here, since we're talking in this motion about, or this recommendation, as presented at attachment B to this report, I would either delete that phrase from comma to comma as it presented in attachment B to this report, or that we ask that attachment B be revised so that it just reflects what is the fair and reasonable budget capital bid for 2021.
Do you want to see whether or not you can have a variation from the mover and seconder, or amend that, Councillor Robertson?
I'm not sure of the process, Mayor.
Well, the process is with the, if both the mover and the seconder are happy with your variation, then you can vary that amendment, that recommendation. If they're not, and you feel strongly about it, you can do an amendment which will go through the formal process of being accepted or not. It's up to you.
I don't know what the mover and seconder are happy with, but to
Well,
me...
would you like to ask them? Would you like me to ask them?
Yep.
Can I just go through this process first, unless it's got to do with that?
Well, I wanted to put it as a question because I've already spoken, but these are budget bids. They're not set in stone. This is, they come to the meeting, you say yes or no. There's no need to worry too much about it. They're not set in concrete by any state of the imagination. That's a weird question, wasn't it?
It's a very strange question. The question was, are these just budget bids that can be discussed? Can they be discussed and amended at budget time? Yes, they can be, Councillor Glasbrook. It's not set in stone that this $600,000 will be spent. Does that help you, Councillor Robertson?
No, I just think this attachment B that we've got here with the headings and what it says in there is an entirely unsatisfactory document for if it said that this is a list of capital expenditures that are required over the next 5 years, and then it identified just one, but it doesn't identify anything in there which is going to be put forward as a fair and reasonable capital budget bid for the 2021 budget, then okay, if you guys are happy to let attachment B stand the way it is, then fine. I'll just vote against it. I'm sure I'll be you'll have it passed. But to me, this recommendation in here, where the wording is as presented at attachment B, it should be in attachment B, but never mind, add attachment B to this report. Then if you pass that, then you say, okay, this is all right.
Okay, so I've told you the choices that you have. If you don't want to ask for a variation or a motion, an amendment, I'll put it to the floor to Councillor Schofield, do you want to close the debate? It doesn't sound like Councillor Robertson wants to put a variation or amendment to the floor.
No, that's okay. This is, as we say, these proposals have been put for the elected members to consider in the budget bids. That's all we're asking you to have a look at them. I'm sure if you want more information, Meg would be more than happy to give that information to you before we go into the workshop on Saturday. But it is purely asking, there are reasons why we're looking at each of these, and I can't really add any more. If we don't spend the money, then you're not going to have your assets, because your assets do need quite a lot of work.
Thank you. I'll now put that recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That's carried. Thank you. We now move to the representative reports, 15.3, and the recommendation is that Council receive and note the outstanding resolutions February report.
Mayor
That's not-
Jenkins?
Yeah, that's...
9:30.
Oh, sorry, beg your pardon. I have got that. It's 9:30. I need to move a motion to continue on or to amend the meeting, adjourn the meeting and have it another day. So
Moving on.
moving on. All those in favour of moving on? We need a motion for this one. Sorry, would someone like to, David Kemp, moving on? Yep. Yep. And seconded by Councillor Henderson. All those in favour of moving on? Those against moving on?
Moving on.
That's carried, thank you. Sorry, it is getting late. Let's let Karina catch up. Should this is wrong, this recommendation. So, representative reports. While Karina's doing that, I'll just get you to note the recommendation on 15.3 should read that Council receive and note the representative reports. It currently reads receive and note the outstanding resolutions. So I'm not that tired. You ready, Karina? Yep. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Hales. And seconded. Schofield, either of you want to speak to the representative reports? Does anybody want to speak to any of the representative reports? Not. All those in favour of receiving them? Thank you. That's carried unanimously. (16.1) that Council receive and note the mayoral report for February 2020. Someone like to move that way? Councillor Henderson, thank you. And Councillor Hales, thank you. Do either of you want to speak to that? Any questions? Any questions, or does anyone want to speak to that? If not, all those in favour of receiving it? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. 16.2 is the elected member reports, and the recommendation is that Council receive and note the elected member reports for February 2020. Moved that way by Councillor Hales and seconded by Councillor Schofield. Either of you want to speak to the member reports? Anybody want to speak to the member reports or have any questions? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. There are no matters of urgency or questions on notice. Are there any questions without notice? Councillor Kemp.
Yes, Mayor Jenkins, thank you. I just got to do a little bit of a preamble to put things into context to my question. The question will be related around the Times February 13th, page 3 article of Councillor Charles' Code of Conduct, as there is a council spokesperson but not named. And also there's a statement in there by the spokesperson said that council had many achievements recently and it was disappointing to see these overshadowed by code of conduct breaches. My questions are, who is the spokesperson for council? Was there a third person now apart from the two that we have? Secondly, the second question is, what are the many achievements that have been overshadowed by these codes of conducts? And because that was in the article around Councillor Charles, it is perceived by some members of the community who have asked me, what did Councillor Charles have done to overshadow all the good work by council?
Okay. So my understanding is that the Times asked a number of questions, which Victoria McCurdy answered for them. Michelle sent them. These are the answers to your questions. So they chose themselves whether to say who answered those questions. As I think you know, the CEO and myself are the spokespersons for the council. Your second question was in relation to the...
I'll read it again. The statement was that council had many achievements recently, and it was disappointing to see them overshadowed by codes of conduct. So the question is basically, what was these achievements that have been overshadowed?
Council has had lots of achievements recently. I mean, the work that has been done by all of you in the city, looking at the arts space. We've had the tour down under, we've had put on lots of different things. So I think the council's been working very hard in the space, and all of you have been working together. I think this is the first, my understanding, this is the first referral to SATAC that SATAC has had in relation to a code of conduct or multiple breaches of a code of conduct, it's very sad that the council and you as elected members have had to do that. And we've had a number of achievements in the council area. Would you like to expand on any of that, CEO?
No, because just to reiterate your comments earlier, I had the similar question asked, provide a copy of the email that we received from the Times and the responses that were provided. So the responses are always approved by me before they're given back to the Times. So in this instance, I would be accounted for those comments. And as stated, I feel that if the Times have chosen not to actually quote them from me, then that's their prerogative, or they know they were actually approved by me. And the statement that was made was really, as the Mayor's tried to reflect, was just saying that it's unfortunate that we have to have those type of articles, whether it be in this instance Councillor Charles or anyone else that had a code of conduct, that council was doing some excellent work. And it was more a reflection on the code of conduct in general in terms of local government, that it does tend to overshadow all the great work that councils do.
Has that answered your question, Councillor Kemp?
Not really, because I mean, if you go to say statements about achievements, then what ones were overshadowed by these codes of conduct? Because that's what virtually the statement refers to. There must be a number of achievements which have been hindered or overshadowed, or whatever the terms you want to use, to actually these codes of conduct, irrespective of Peter Charles, as you say. But the facts are that, you know, what are these achievements that were being, you know, sort of cast aside and looked down upon because of the code of conducts? Maybe it's just a basic statement that you.
It was just a basic statement. It's just like saying, we could say that, you know, we do in terms of, I've been quoted on radio and in newspapers of saying that this council does some amazing work. I don't then go through and list every single bit that you do. I actually have made that statement before. So I apologise if you don't agree with the statement that was made, but it was, and as spokesperson, I had the ability to make it. And I apologise again if the Times didn't actually quote me as making those statements.
Oh, sorry. See, I'm not asking for an apology. I'm just wondering about the clarification around the statement, that's all.
Any other questions without notice? As we move on to motions on notice. The 20.1, the recommendation is that council receive, nope. Aren't you going into confidence? Your time? Okay. Sorry. Sometimes I know what I'm doing. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the motion on notice regarding the distribution of agenda items to council members. Would someone like to move that way? Thank you, Councillor Robertson. And seconding that? Councillor Charles? Either of you like to speak to receiving and noting the motion? All those in favour? Those against? That's carried, thank you. Councillor Charles, would you like to propose your motion?
Thank you. I thought this was ever so easy to expiate, but I was wrong, because clearly by the commentary the motion will not be successful, because as we look into the governance report or corporate governance, the matter is likely to have significant impacts on the management and corporate governance of staff resources. The risk is assessed as high, and service delivery, considerable staff time and resources will be expended on this matter, which have significant impact on the core business functions of the administration, I guess. And my motion was that elected members are sent an electronic copy as and when each completed item is set aside for the coming agenda. That is, completed and set aside. An electronic copy, I thought it would be quite easy, and I thought it would give councillors added time. I know we've got 5 days or whatever it is when we pick it up. Some of us are busy. In fact, I think all of us are busy with either council responsibilities or personal ones, and we give a lot of time for very little return and very little thanks at times as well from the public. So I thought it would be ideal if we had some of these fancy, rather bulging reports sent as they were completed, and we'd have time to look them over. Not asking for much, I didn't think, but that's what the motion was about. It seemed common sense to me. If anybody wants to speak to this from the administration, by all means, I'll just put the motion there for everybody. They can take it or leave it. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no second to the motion, lapses.
So, excuse me, Mayor, I thought okay, this is one, recommendation 2.
Yep. So moved by Councillor Charles. There's no seconder. Sorry, Councillor Charles, that motion lapses for want of a seconder. Move on to motion 20.2. The first recommendation is that council receive and note the motion on notice report regarding the removal of the recreation centre chain wire fence. Would someone like to move that way? Councillor Charles. And would someone like to second that? Councillor Kemp. Either of you like to speak to receiving and noting the motion? Councillor Kemp.
From the commentary within the motion there, I think it's a good idea to remove the fencing. I think it will tidy up the front of the rec centre to make it look much neater and nicer. No doubt the council can do some type of revegetation in there to make it look prettier, but the fact is that I think it is a bit of an eyesore and it's dilapidated, and I think it's a good move, and the high school's in favour of it by their commentary, so I think it'd be a good place to remove.
Okay, so we are just talking about the first recommendation, receiving and noting.
I do apologise. I'll save that for the second one.
Yeah, that's right. Anybody else want to speak to the first motion? If not, I'll put that to the floor. All those in favour? That's carried, thank you. Councillor Charles, would you like to propose your motion?
Director Sanford asked whether I would, just to make sure that the council make this decision. There's some contradictory commentary here. Did I see that the Recreation Centre committee made comment about it, or whatever you call yourselves over there? And it's just simply that the remaining portion of this, and let's get that right, because a lot of it's missing anyway, portion of the Victor Harbour Recreation Centre chain wire fence, 1950s era, be removed to enable a more efficient use of the new Victor Harbour High School kiss and drop point on George Main Road. And yes, it's cosmetic, but when it goes, if it goes, it'll provide an inviting entry, and I don't see that it's going to cause any difficulties at all. Perhaps the Mayor, you might call Director Sanford to say a word about it. And there you are. That's the motion. There's nothing much more to say.
Thank you. Do I have someone to second that motion? Councillor Kemp, do you want to speak again?
No, I think as Councillor Glasbrook said, we've heard it once. We don't need to hear it again. So thank you.
Thank you. Does Councillor Littley?
I'll speak to it. I'm going to speak against it, namely because the Recreation Centre Management Committee has some safety concerns about it. And for myself, spend the $2,000 when we've got our experts on the ground there, or our committee members on the ground there who have some safety concerns. I wouldn't be spending that money.
Thank you, Councillor Kemp. I wonder, Councillor Hales, if you want to speak to it, you're on that Recreation Centre Management Committee. Can you enlighten us on the concerns?
Certainly. Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. Yeah, so as there's a single line in the report written, that's because the minutes weren't available at the time this report was written, but the Rec Centre Management Committee at its 11th of February meeting moved a motion recommending that the fence either be retained or replaced, but not removed, as they had some very serious safety concerns about the fence. I'll remind you that the Rec Centre Management Committee, for those not familiar with it, is made up of representatives from the high school, the basketball association, the youth club, the volleyball association, the city band. So yeah, all the major users of the facility, and that was a unanimous vote. Yeah, a lot of the discussion around it, our meeting went for an hour, it normally goes for 15 minutes. This was one of two hot topics that night. But a lot of the discussion was around the fact that this fence is that line between the car park and the main road, but also it creates people movement, foot traffic. There's desire lines, which means that we like to move at the shortest possible distance between point A and point B. That fence actually moves and funnels the desire line so that kids aren't just randomly crossing the car park and crossing the main road to the gospel centre. It's actually funneling them through a contained position, which actually is a safer method of foot traffic, as opposed to what I noticed in the email between the high school and Glen. One of the staff members said that this may increase the haphazard foot traffic within the car parking area and potentially affect the safety of students, pedestrians who choose to cut through this newly opened avenue. So while right now as it exists, we may have not seen many issues, taking it away will actually increase the flow of traffic across the car park, across a vehicle traffic space, where right now it is actually focused on the path at the top end because they know they need to get through the fence. So yeah, they spoke for about a good 20 minutes on this issue. No one would like to see the fence go, but if the fence has to go and it's ugly and disgusting, they want it replaced because they're very concerned about the safety. Another member on the panel who happens to also work in the care sector down here locally and has clients who attend the school, she knows that her clients have tendencies. They're flighty children and they may not be as road aware as Councillor Littley's children are. And therefore she would hate to feel what could happen if they knew that that avenue was there because they don't think through all the processes. They're kids, and if we can design public infrastructure that helps guide them so that they're not mixing with cars, that's a good thing. And I guess that was the sentiment carried by the Rec Centre Management Committee.
Thank you. Councillor Mann.
Thank you, Mayor Jenkins. I'm also on the Rec Centre Management Committee, and whilst Councillor Hales has covered everything, I just want to reiterate that there was some serious concerns of children's safety, and I do understand the intent of the motion about making the space look a bit more beautiful. It is a 30-year-old fence and it is old, but the safety concerns that the committee members who use this space and are the most aware of the happenings of the space were significantly concerned about safety issues of kids running straight across that road, and thought the use of the fence to direct them towards the pedestrian crossing is the safest option, and that the fence needs to be retained. So I won't be supporting this motion. Thanks.
Councillor Kemp, question?
I'm just wondering, I think one of our elected members sits on the governing council of the Victor Harbour High School. Is it true that the governing council supports the removal of the fence, has no objections, and they believe it may increase safety of children in the area? So we're at odds here with the rec centre. So I'm just wondering if that's correct. I think Councillor, Robertson, you sit on that governing body.
If I may, Mayor, yes, this issue was raised with the high school governing council, and all the people in that council, except one person, said, yeah, we're indifferent to whether the fence is there or not. One person did say, gave an example about how a ball could escape from recreation centre, run across the car park and across the road, and if the fence wasn't there, a child would chase after the ball and perhaps get run over. So, but I hear what is being said on the other side of the room here about if there are serious concerns amongst all the different clubs and users of the rec centre about the fence being taken away. Yeah, I'm also listening to that. But I hope that we're not going to, I would like to see us, if possible, would be to say instead of removing it, that retain it. I think there's nothing wrong with the fence. It does look ugly, but just retain it. It's got a lot of years left in it. I think it was $22,000 to the estimate for replacing it. Better things to do, I think, with our money.
Any further debate? Otherwise, I'll ask Councillor Charles to close the debate. Councillor Charles?
Yeah, this is where the motion was born from, was the replacement was a hideous price and it didn't seem to need to be done. You'll notice there's a lot of areas, funneling is one thing, but there's a lot of areas along the school there where children in the school can get out, and you may argue that they're certainly of a different age group, older and more mature perhaps, than the ones who are in gymnastics, for example. So, yes, we have to wrap everybody in cotton wool, and we've got to be careful. Perhaps we're too careful in some respects, but I'll go along with what the majority want here, and let the vote be taken. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Charles. I'll put that that motion to the recommendation to the floor. All those in favour? Those against? That motion's lost. Thank you. There are no motions without notice. And now we move on to 22.1, which is the confidential items. But what we need to do is go right back to the beginning to 4.1, which is also confidential item. And that was the item adjourned and lying on the table. So pursuant to section 92 of the Local Government Act 1999, the Council orders that all members of the public, except the Chief Executive Officer, Victoria McCurdy, Director Community and Development, Graham Pathouse, Director Environment and Infrastructure, Glenn Sanford, Director Corporate and Customer Services, Karen Rotoczynski, Group Manager Governance and Finance, Kelly Knight-Stacey, Manager Public Safety and Regulation, Peter Cookson, and Executive Assistant, Karina Overall, be excluded from attendance at the meeting for agenda item 4.1, Fleurieu Regional Aquatic Centre Authority Management Options. The Council is satisfied that pursuant to section 93B of the Act, the information to be received, discussed or considered in relation to this agenda item is information the disclosure of which could reasonably be expected to confer a commercial advantage on a person with whom the Council is proposing to conduct business, and the information would prejudice the commercial position of Council. The Council is satisfied that the principle that the meeting should be conducted in a place open to the public has been outweighed by the need to discuss these matters in confidence. Do I have someone to move that way? Councillor Schofield, thank you, and Councillor Henderson. Is there any discussion on that? All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you. Councillor Chalmers.